Hey, welcome back to the Deep Weeb podcast, everybody. Today it is just me here alone again, but I am finally doing what a lot of you guys have asked me for a while, which is talk a little bit more on a personal note about some of the things that have been happening with this abandoned house that I bought and moved into around mid last year, so 2023. So I kind of talked about it in my 5-year update video about there was a lot of things happening. I haven't shown really any of this anywhere before. I've shown a couple pictures, kind of given hints of some things that were going on, but this is going to be a very deep dive into what it looked like to basically buy an abandoned house and a cautionary tale on how that went. This scenery behind me I took last week, so this is really what things look like actually at my house. Might look really good, but we'll kind of get into the deep dive here, and you can judge for yourself whether you want to take on an abandoned house yourself one day. So without further ado, go ahead and like, subscribe, please do share, helps out the channel. Continued Patreon support, always appreciated. Really appreciate the people that are joining that. And without further ado, let's just go ahead and jump on in. So about 2020, I came back from Japan after having worked there for about 6 months. And it was originally like I had a house already in the States, bought it in 2016. My neighbor and I had gotten along just fine. However, once I got back, that old man neighbor, he died, sadly. And unfortunately, the new neighbor who moved in and I basically didn't get along very well. And it basically looked a little bit like this. This was on the front page of Reddit the other day on like mildly infuriating or something, where basically my neighbor would do this exact thing where he would have his trucks. He had like 4 ancient trucks and they would just idle in the driveway for hours at a time. And he would just like move them back and forth. He'd always be working on them, always like just banging on them with a hammer, trying to fix them somehow, that sort of thing. And that got old really, really quickly. So eventually, after like a couple, probably like 6 months or so of this, I'm like, hey, like this is getting old because like your fumes are just coming into the house. It's not just my house either. It's like the whole neighborhood just kind of stinks when he's got these 4 ancient trucks that he's constantly working on, just going nonstop. So like, I'm just trying to like work from home on a daily basis. I'm trying to, just read my Japanese manga, read my Vinnies and whatnot, like in peace and quiet. But meanwhile, like, I mean, it's Chicago suburbs, so it's like, it's kind of compact. And so like, I could literally reach out of my window to from where my like personal home office was and touch his car where he's basically parking it, not on the driveway, but like on the grass next to my house that is just like right there. And it's constantly like vibrating my house. So, I mean, I tried to work it out with him. I ended up going back over there a second time and being like, hey, like you adjusted things when I asked you the first time. It seems like that's kind of worn off because that's usually how it works with neighbors, right? Like it's like you ask them to change something, but they'll do it for a little bit. But if it's not convenient for them, they're probably not going to do it long term, right? So I basically go over there to him a second time. And that time he kind of chewed me out. He was basically like, don't ever come over here again. Don't ever ask me for anything again. I did this for you. Somebody called the cops on me for making too much noise, and now I'm basically mad at everybody, right? So I was like, okay, well, that's... I don't know how I'm gonna live with this. I basically told my wife at that point, I was like, I think we should probably start looking into moving. We're thinking about like where we want to stay long term. I don't really want to deal with this indefinitely. And the only repercussions, like for this guy on Reddit, like who had the same thing that happened to me like a week ago, is basically like you got to file a civil suit, and that nobody really wants to go to court over something like this. So I was like, you know what, let's just find a new place to move, right? And so this time we were like, okay, since we can't control who we're going to live next to, let's just figure out a way to max out privacy, right? Like, let's not live where we're like within arm's length of the next human being, right? So in Illinois, where I'm from, like Chicago, like my parents are down from St. Louis. So we were like, well, if we're going to have a kid in the next couple of years, like let's just go ahead and try to be close to family. That would probably work out best for us long term. Let's just see what's available down there. Also, it's a lot cheaper area. Like St. Louis versus Chicago. Just like to put this into context, it's like my house, what I had like 1,000 square foot house, 1 bathroom, 1 story, nothing fancy. KanjiEater's not living like the Ritz life, that's for sure. But down in St. Louis, like I could basically sell my house where I was at and basically upgrade to, you know, what my wife wanted was at least 1.5 bathrooms. Imagine that. She doesn't want to like share a bathroom with a guy. So 1.5 bathrooms plus, you know, basically same amount of living space. You know, it wouldn't hurt to have a little bit more, but also like in general, my mentality is less space is better because it's less that you have to heat and cool. That's going to be cheaper. In general, taxes are going to be way higher if you have a big place. So in general, I'm just like, I really don't want to have to deal with a really big house or something like that. So not really looking to upgrade, just trying to, you know, max out privacy again. And again, feel free, since this is a live stream where it's just me, I can probably interact with chat a little bit more. I know this is probably an awkward streaming time for a lot of people, but if you are in chat, feel free to you know, ask any questions that you have from here. We can make this as interactive as possible. So we start the house hunt, and this is the middle of 2023, and the market is just kind of brutal at this point. I bought a house in 2016, so it was just like the complete opposite of that. House prices were really expensive here in the States. They really dipped hard during COVID, but then they shot right back up right around when we finally committed to deciding to move someplace else, right? So basically, you have to go and look at a place, and you get to see this place for, I mean, normally when you do like a house showing, you're seeing like a house for about 30 minutes. And then by the end of that day, you got to put in an offer because somebody else is going to already have an offer in at that time. So it's kind of a brutal house market where you don't have a lot of time to make this massive investment on something that you're going to be stuck with for probably at least 5 years, right? So it's a very stressful thing. So anyways, we've got a couple houses lined up down in the St. Louis area. That's like 5 hours away from where I go. So basically I have to make like a weekend out of it, right? Like go there on a Friday night, take a day off work, whatever, and just kind of go scope out a place and then figure out if you want to live there for the next 5 years within 30 minutes, right? Like that's just a reality. So all the houses that we're looking at, pretty darn normal, quite honestly, except for there's one that just kind of stands out. And when I showed it to my wife, we were like, yeah, this is probably one too good to be true. But also there are some weird drawbacks to this. Like the pictures in the listing were all just like super dark. It looked like it had been taken on like a flip phone from like 10 years ago. It had some bad vibes to it, not gonna lie. But it also, I mean, it was in this location here where it's literally this. So I was like, that seems like it kind of checks the box as far as the privacy things go. So I'm like, all right, like let's at least check it out. And nobody's really got their hopes up at this point that that's actually going to pan out, because the house that it's on is, we'll go ahead and start flipping through some of this camera roll. It's a really big house. Like it's like 3 times the size of, first off, what I wanted. Like I still don't want this big of a house, but it was pretty big. It was on this lake. It's like, this shouldn't be in my price range, but it is. And it was because, well, it had been abandoned. And so a little bit of research into and talking with the neighbors about why. I looked up the lady who owned it before. I tried to call her just to get like more information on like, you know, what's wrong with this house? Like why did you abandon it? Because it seems way too good to be true. I couldn't get a hold of the lady. And apparently neither could the bank, because she hadn't been paying for at least the last year. So it had been abandoned for at least a year. My neighbor said that it was probably abandoned for even longer than that. Like I was hearing like 2-3+ years. So if nobody's living in a house, that means very bad things for the house, basically. Things tend to deteriorate if they don't have like some sort of constant maintenance. And especially if you can just see from all of the trees around this place, got a lot of trees, right? And they're just constantly wrapping onto this house, all this stuff. And I mean, literally, there's just like birds and squirrels just like doing all their stuff, business on this house at all times, right? Nobody's cleaning it up. Nobody's taking care of it. Nobody's maintaining it, right? Pipes inside tend to have issues when this happens. So basically, when we go to look at this place, the water's been shut off. The bank has taken over it. They the person who originally had it no longer has access to it. They've shut off the water. I've been told they turned off the electricity to it. So you're not really going to be seeing this in tip-top shape. This is going to be a fixer-upper for sure, right? And we know that coming into it, but it's like, hey, like it's on this fancy lake behind me, so it's like, why not? We'll check it out. So, oh, and then real quick, the story for what had happened that we uncovered from the neighbors was basically some 80-year-old dude had him and his smoking hot 60-year-old girlfriend, 20-year age difference. That's pretty good for us guys. And so at 80 years old, he finally keels over, something like that. She runs away with the landscaper, apparently, and was just never heard from again. So I guess she moved out. She definitely wasn't paying after the sugar daddy passed on. So that's just kind of how a house like this ends up not being maintained. So anyways, we show up at this place. It looks pretty nice on the outside, but it's just like it's abandoned, right? And then everything around it just is completely covered in this, like all the paint, wherever there's a flat surface, has this black stuff on it. And this outside is just mildew. However, to go into the house, we had to sign a disclaimer that we're aware that there's potentially toxic mold in this location, and we should be aware of that. I had never had any real interactions with mold at this point. Sometimes you'll hear stuff hyped up at least in America, about like black mold, like going in and slaughtering a whole family and like that sort of thing. But it's basically, after a little bit of research, I found out that that's really overhyped. So I was like, okay, like maybe we can at least scope it out, see how bad the damage is, and just kind of sort it out. So anyways, these are, my wife's taken all the pictures in here. That's my mom. So now you guys know what she looks like. Also my real estate agent. So those are the faces, the characters in this one. So again, just like mold, mildew everywhere, all over the place. And that's just the outside. And that's just because it's at a lake down here in St. Louis, like having days that have 100% humidity. Not really too surprising. Honestly, I would describe the environment a lot like Tokyo in Japan. So it does, like Japan stays a little bit hotter than here, but not by much. And the humidity is just about the same, I would say, in general. So a lot of really kind of hot days. Chicago was in general like not as humid and hot compared to here, but winter was like 3 times longer. So that's kind of the difference that 5 hours south will make in America, at least. So over here we have like the front door is just like covered in mold. This is actually pretty normal. Again, like if you have like a glass screen on the front of your door, you have this tight space in between a door, a storm door is what it's called, and then your front door. It's not too surprising to have this, and this is just like legit classic mold. Like, and you can tell the difference between mildew and mold somewhat visually. It's not 100% thing. But most people, again, like I did a lot of research on mold, and just turns out there's so much fraud in the industry regarding like mold remediation and stuff. You can't really get like a house tested to see like how much mold is in it, even though people are selling kits for that. Like the science is just kind of whack that people have out there. So basically you just see it and I got to get rid of that, but I don't even know what species it is. It probably isn't going to kill me though. So that's my mentality coming into this. So this is the entranceway. Has like this cool like wood cross pattern thing here. I liked that. But really like the selling point for this entire house, like it goes downhill real quick from here. But the selling point for this house is just like this initial walk in, and you just have these 2 gigantic glass doors, this massive window at the front. You got this stove. You got this Midwest mom in the way here. This glass stove or the gas stove that basically can like heat up this entire room without having to turn on the furnace. It's really nice, super comfy. But and then there's all this like tiling that's actually, they did a really good job. Like there are a lot of things that were done wrong in this house, but the tile job here on this top floor, it's pretty fantastic, not gonna lie. So at this point, it's like, oh, great location, outside needs some work. The house kind of smells though. Like, and that was expected. I had to sign a mold disclosure to get in. It smells like nobody's been here, and it's just been sitting here molding, stuffy old house, right? So again, just kind of like looking around the place. It's this whole top floor here is the size of my old house that I had in Chicago. Okay, and yet somehow this place is basically in my price range for less than I would sell my house for up in Chicago. That's like 3 times less the size, not on a private lake, all that sort of stuff. So one thing that happens with these foreclosed houses is a lot of times either people, like the people that are getting kicked out of their house tend to not be too happy about it. So they'll just do weird stuff like pour glue down the drain or stuff like that. Just like weird stuff to like mess with the house, right? And so it wasn't too surprising that there's some mold in a kitchen closet, that basically all the appliances were gone. Sometimes people just like take those with them when they realize that they're not going to be able to keep their house anymore and the bank's going to be taking it back. In this case, I'm pretty sure the bank actually just cleared out the house and the lady who had it just was completely not there. Because when we actually went later on to go sign for this, I talked to the bank lady and she was like, yeah, we haven't heard from her. We took out 3 dumpsters full of stuff that was just left in this house of junk. So it's still not real clear what happened. But anyways, here's this. And this is where the red flags start to go off. So there's this glass window, stained glass window here, right? And at the bottom of it, there's just these teeth marks, just like all down here. And I mean, if you've been following me long enough, you probably know exactly what these came from. At this point, I'm just like trying to rack my brain on what could possibly be. Like a cat isn't going to do that. Normal dog's not going to do that. Mice usually aren't going to be up here like chewing at a window. I wouldn't think. I mean, I could be wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure it was squirrels. So what we later on learned very clearly is that squirrels basically had the complete rule of this house. Like they were in basically everywhere, I would guess, at some point. They made their appearance more clear here and then in another place that I'll show in a minute. But that's having squirrels in a house is pretty bad news because they're going to chew through like electric lines. That's going to cause fires. That's going to cause a bunch of issues. Kenrine, I'm super late to your message, but appreciate you showing up, man. Okay, so then going down the stairs, though, this is where things get a little bit more interesting. So, like I said, I was told that, yeah, spoiler, the previous house owner started chewing the wood in anger of losing the home. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly possible with a foreclosed house for sure. So again, we were told that there was no electricity in the house because the bank had turned it off. Nobody's paying the bill, right? Like, they would turn it off. I didn't know this when we were going through it, but actually the power was on. We just weren't turning on the lights. Except for down in the basement, there was no power, even when they had turned on the electrical grid for it. So we'll get into that, but yeah, lots of weird things going on downstairs. Outside, basically everything's just coated in, and this is pretty normal. Again, by a lake, all the wood's gonna have some sort of green film on it. This is a pretty awesome view. What I didn't know at the time was this looks like some sort of tropical destination lake here, where it's like got a blue tint to it and whatnot. That's just because they dyed the lake. The homeowner association dyed the lake. Honestly, I'm looking outside right now, and it changes day to day. I'm looking outside right now, and it looks like a swamp. Like, it's just like got all this green stuff growing in it, and that'll move around day to day. But it certainly didn't look like this tropical island vacation home thing here. Anyways, there's a lot going on in all these pictures, but basically, there's a deck down here below with a tree growing through it. That's some character. That's pretty cool, right? However, it turns out that, and I didn't know this because I didn't know what to look for at this time, but a lot of this tree was dead. Why was it dead? Well, because they put a deck around it, and then that basically suffocated it. So, not a great thing. Future maintenance item to do something about that dying tree there that's probably going to fall and, kill me in my sleep. But anyways, again, just mildew everywhere. This picture definitely has a lot more going on in it. So, first off, there's a shed over here that it's basically rotting out of the side here. You have, and I didn't even pick up on this because I wasn't that handy when I started. Like, I'd done like some painting stuff, some basic house remodel pieces, like fixed up a deck, tore apart a deck. That's about it as far as like my DIY start here before this house. But I was willing to put in any sort of the work, but I didn't know what to look for when I went into this, right? So basically, these boards are all going in all sorts of different ways here. That's not normal for a deck. Like usually you have all the boards going in one direction. So we got some going to the left, some going vertically here. I'm over here like jumping on these to feel like how sturdy they are. And my realtor here is just like, yeah, can you stop doing that? I'm pretty sure you're going to go through some of these, because at least on some of these decks, my foot did go through them. So they're pretty old, not maintained, and that just happens when people aren't maintaining a deck. They're not like refinishing the stain on it. Water sits on it, soaks in, then eventually rots over time. Then up here, there's just this black chasm that literally just goes into the roof, like into the attic, I mean. So this metal part probably at some point was keeping stuff out of it, but it had been ripped back by something, and potentially there was something living inside of here. Didn't know anything about that at the point. You have just more like rot here at the siding, and then just like all this is just like pitch black at the top. So pretty wild. Then there's like this fireplace coming up from the structure beneath it, because there's actually a structure beneath this. This is like a second floor walkout deck. There's a roof underneath this, and then underneath that, there's an addition to the house that wasn't with the original house that they added on. And we'll get to that addition, but that addition has been the bane of my existence. It has been an absolute nightmare. As I'm not gonna lie, like if you tell me you have an addition on your house, it's like that's gonna be a red flag for me from here on out, because yeah, putting two structures together is just not an easy thing, apparently. Okay, so moving on. So that's the whole going into the roof. I have a picture of how far away the next neighbor's house is, because I'm just like, that's a really important thing given the context of where I started off with this, right? That I really don't want to be right next to my neighbor's car where I can reach out and, you know, they have their 4 trucks running with exhaust just piling into my house, suffocating me, right? Trying to avoid that situation again. So plenty of room between me and the next guy. Don't really see a lot of activity going over there. But again, like I'm only looking at this house for the first 30 minutes. Like I'm not, there's not a whole lot of time to even soak up all this information at the time, which is why you got to take a lot of pictures and then you got to reflect on it, that sort of thing, right? Okay, so, you know, just like the yard here is just complete. There's a lot of work that has to be done outside. I really don't like doing like outside yard maintenance, but I was like, something like this, privacy might be worth it, right? Another view of like the reverse view here, where like this is looking into that house. And then here we go. Like this is what was formerly known as a pool. And apparently I don't think this pool has been opened up for like the last 5 years before they even abandoned it. That's what another one of my neighbors had told me. And so it's like this custom bean shape thing. The sidewalk around it, I call it sidewalk, the concrete pad around it is like falling away from it, but it has a pool cover. And since it's foreclosed, like during an inspection or anything like that, I'm legally not allowed to like take this off and see like, are there dead bodies inside of here that I should be aware of? Like I literally just have to go with, oh, it's covered up, and I won't know until I actually buy the house what's going to be in it. And then we have this deck here, which this is 1, 2. I'm on a deck over here, 3 decks. There's a 4th deck over here. The place is decked out. Here's that one with the tree growing through it, right? Pretty cool. Again, character, but it killed the tree above it, so that's not great. Let's see. So then here are the steps that are basically, I still haven't fixed these, but they're basically falling apart. We'll get another shot of those. The pool equipment is at the slope of a hill, and you can see from the inside of it, there's just dirt and debris that has just fallen into all of this. And it's just completely coated in all sorts of dirt and debris. So at some point I was like, oh, I'll probably have to dig that out. I wonder if any of it still works. Spoiler alert, none of it actually works. Here are the other 2 decks. So that puts our deck total at 5. So, oh yeah, and then there's a dock. So more wood structures. Like I got plenty of wood structures out here, but I mean, it is pretty cool that it comes with a dock. I thought like that's a neat little thing to have. Okay, so trees growing all up through this. just like holes in the deck all over. We got like snakes and stuff that are actually having their own ecosystem up here on the top of this. Like, I didn't see it at this point, but there are just like snakes all over this. And then this is the view actually from that lake deck where it's like right up to the water and just looking out. It's like, wow, that, all this water might be worth it. This could be, it's a fixer-upper, but could be worth it. And then this is a pretty cool shot. I mean, this is what the back of the house looks like. It's still pretty wild. So, I mean, I'll show before and after pictures, but it's still pretty wild like this, quite honestly. That pool, again, it's just like sinking away. Yeah, snakes are the least, like, so Modest Knowledge says snakes would have left. Yeah, those are the least of the worries here. There are a lot worse things in this house. We just haven't gotten to them yet. The snakes at least aren't poisonous. Okay, so again, another view of like the backyard. There's like a bay window over here with that addition over it. And this, again, this is the problem part of this house. This house probably would have been easy to fix up and maintain had it not been they put this giant thing here. Now, my wise and wonderful mother who accompanied me on this, she was nice enough. Like, she lives close by, so we were like, yeah, like, you can come hang out with us that day. We're coming down from Chicago. Why not, right? And she's like, oh, I would just get rid of this whole thing right here. And it's like, well, but that's like an extra like 500 square feet of the house. That is worth something. Also, if you get rid of this deck, there's still like 2 doors that just walk out to, I guess you just walk out to your death if there's nothing beneath it. So it's not just like we could say, let's just demolish it. Also, it goes down like 2 feet into the ground inside of here. So it's like if you just like ripped out this wall here and you just left it be as a outdoor porch or something like that, it's just going to fill up with water because it's in the ground and there's like a concrete pool basically right there. So I don't know. I've had a lot of second thoughts about whether I should have just listened to my mom or I made the right decision in fixing it up. I'll let you guys be the judge by the end of this because, I mean, it is pretty much fixed up at this point. We'll see whether it was worth it or not. But so then just like you can't even see what's under the ground here, but there's like a brick patio here that's just completely buried in all the tree waste. A pad here, concrete pad that goes into this door. I did not realize how problematic this part was going to be either. Then there's just like something was trying to get in here. I assume it was either, again, the squirrels or a raccoon probably. This big of a space, it was probably a raccoon, quite honestly. But yeah, it's not good to have holes in your siding because, and it wasn't like this when we actually got to the house at this point. But inside, when we came back for like an inspection, it was basically black mold inside of the inner drywall that you could see from the other side. So water gets in here and then it just causes more mold. Yeah, just like a deep crevice that something was trying to get into. Made a pretty big dent into that wall. So back upstairs inside of the house, this was the master bedroom. Kind of dated. Again, this house is from like the 70s. It's 50 years old. It's been updated at least a few times. Carpet's pretty old, but it's like, I can live with that. I don't care if I got old carpet, like clean it, call it a day, whatever. I can deal with like, I told my wife she's in charge of all of the painting. So it's like, she's just going to paint it and put a fresh coat of paint on. It makes a big difference. So I'm like, not too worried about this. This is the master bathroom, which connects to that at the top. That then connects to like a toilet and then has like a shower over here on the side that has a walk-in closet over here. It's a pretty nice setup, right? Again, the top floor is actually pretty nice of this place. Then there is another one of those weird like, this is a foreclosed house weird thing. There's this white stuff around here that I guess they painted all of this for some reason. Like they dumped out paint into the tub and instead of washing it down like a sane person, they just dumped it and left it. And to this day, there's still like paint here on this tub like this because it won't come out. I tried to remove it. I'm a little hesitant to use some sort of heavy duty paint remover that might actually go through the tub itself. Like the paint isn't hurting anything. It's just really ugly. And again, a weird call. Like I don't know why somebody dumped a bunch of paint down their tub. Don't do that. Like, go outside. Like, there's so many other places you can dump it outside. Anyways, so this is like the laundry room, which I thought I was getting 2 washers and dryers because there was this one here. No, this one's actually not hooked up to anything. There's no place for it to get water. It was just junk. They had just left it there because it was big, I guess. There's an electric panel behind it, some storage shelves back here. You can see my Midwest, I don't want to wear masks bomb is like, oh, it stinks down here. I gotta use my shirt. Like, oh yeah, I don't care about the mold disclaimer for this place. I'm not gonna wear a mask, that sort of thing. But no, down here it smells pretty strong. And again, it was just because, I mean, nobody's been here, it hasn't been ventilated, windows haven't been open, animals have been in here doing their business, and like you can just see all the dust that's just built up on the side of this doorway here. That's just like mold and dust combined on all the surfaces downstairs. And so hopefully this is so far painting a picture of a very moldy, dusty house. So in here, a weird decision. I kind of feel like this is like that Japanese book, Hinai, where it's like, did a serial murderer make this house for some reason? For these like, there's just like weird construction choices like this one, where this is actually in the bedroom downstairs. Another spot of mold in the closet here. Where it just has this nook where it has an exit door out to the pool from a bedroom. So, and you can see there's also like, this is down like a step, but not like a full step, just like enough to trip. So it's just it's a weird setup. And then there's like a vent here that goes to what's on the other side of this, which is like a furnace. And more mold, just finding mold in all the closets, all the places you would expect that just didn't have any ventilation. 100% humidity in a house with no AC. You got to keep your AC running or something if you want to keep the humidity low enough. Ideally, you keep it between 40 and 60%. And as long as you keep it within there, you're not really going to have much of a problem with mold unless you get a leak. Okay, good question. So could it be for renting to someone who lived downstairs? Yes, actually, that's exactly what happened. The original owners who built the house at some point decided to rent out the place. I believe they rented out the whole place though. So I don't know that they did it just for that reason. But in order for something to qualify as a bedroom, which gives more value if you can say this is a bedroom, you have to have an egress outside, and that can be either a window. Typically, a bedroom just has an entry door and a window outside, right? However, you can also do a door. So that's what they did there. Instead of putting like a window, they had a door there. And we'll get to the reason why they ended up going that route. But again, it was one of those things I was like scratching my head on it at the time. Like, why would they do this? This is what you would call the opposite of that, a bonus room, where it's less valuable to people because it doesn't have an egress, which means technically you're not allowed to sleep in it. According to, I don't know who makes these laws, whether it's the county, the city, or the state or what, but you're not supposed to sleep in a room like this unless it has an outdoor exit. And that's in case of a fire. In case one of your exits gets, something collapses in front of it in a fire and you can't get out, you have another escape route, right? One thing to call out here, there's like an outline here, like a square outline where it kind of goes in. So another weird thing that we would later on figure out why that was there. Another closet here, which again, it has a closet, which would indicate that someone was probably using this as a bedroom. Just weird stains on the ceiling. Not really sure what those had come from because we can't really see into the ceiling. One of the downstairs bathroom just like completely coated in mold. Lots and lots of mold. But at this point, I'm talking to my real estate agent about this, and she's like, I just bought a house that was a fixer-upper like this, had a bunch of mold in it too. I think we can probably, she was really skeptical about this house in general, but when she was seeing how bad, because we had to sign a disclaimer to even get into it. But she's like, once she's seen it, I was like, this is pretty normal for an abandoned house, and it's not like you're ripping out full walls in rooms or something like that at this point. That's what we're seeing at least. So then, like, this is a really blurry picture, but this is like a bar room here where there's a custom wood bar, again, just because everything's wood at this place. And then like this weird like glass panel thing that they had on this back wall. And then just a chunk of the ceiling that's missing and that they had cut out. And that was because there was a tub above that. At some point, that had to have leaked. And there was... I guess they fixed it. I haven't had any problems with that tub above it, but it does make me uneasy knowing that at some point something went very wrong here and they had to cut out a part of the ceiling to get to this. The lamp chains. So Ermac Reptile asks, what's up with the lamp chains? Welcome to the 70s. This house is without a doubt from a blast from the past. This is what they would do with stuff from 50 years ago. Instead of routing the wires up and through it, they would just have it on a chain. I don't know. It kind of gets in the way, but it also fits with the 70s aesthetic. So honestly, I was just like, not a big fan of it, but whatever. I'm fine with it. I don't really want to have to fish wires through to fix it, like through the ceiling. We'll get to what's inside of that ceiling at some point, and there are reasons I would never want to put my hand in it again. But anyways, yeah, mold, bar room, and then we get down inside of that addition that I mentioned was the really problematic part. So they've clearly ripped out whatever the flooring was before, and it was carpet in here before. Given that this is at a lower level and it's technically below grade, it's pretty close to at grade. Like you walk out a step and then you're at grade. And by grade, I mean that's just like where the soil is outside. Typically, like carpet in basements in general, people don't like, right? Because a lot of times basements flood. They get water in it, and then what happens to it? Well, then your carpet just ends up smelling awful, molding, that sort of thing. So in general, it's like, carpet down here is just not a great idea. Here's where a closet is back here, where there's a furnace. There's actually other really important things to call out in this room that I don't know if I caught it at this point. But there's actually, again, there's a furnace back here that's separate from the other furnace that was part of the rest of the house. So this was an addition probably done about 5 years later after the original house was built. And so they put a furnace in it, and then they routed underneath the concrete slab that this is built on. They routed these ducts into it so that basically this whole room would have heat still in the cold winters, right? Unfortunately, when you put ductwork inside of a slab that's below grade, there's this thing called hydrostatic pressure, which is water, when it rains, goes into the ground, and then due to the pressure of the water, concrete is not waterproof. So the porous concrete starts to get water in it. And this is a lot of times, again, why people's basements flood. It will start filling up with water. And so we have these vents in here that basically what normally would be a solid chunk of concrete actually now has essentially an underwater river flowing under it. Okay. Simple Surfer says, looks like a potential gym room. Stick around, Simple Surfer. We'll see what we did with this place. Okay. So basically that really should have been a red flag right there, that there's some 70s tomfoolery going on right here in this room. Then I noticed, I mentioned this in the bonus room that I was just showing, that there was like a cutout area, and that's what's on the other side of this. So basically, this was done after the house was built as an addition. This was probably actually an exterior right here where this bookshelf is, and they built this custom bookshelf in front of it. But really, this was probably originally a door. This was an outside wall, and this was probably an exterior light. That light does still work, actually. It's kind of cool. It's got some character to it. And then we have like a vent coming through the step as well, and then a step to the outside that had like holes in it and stuff like that. Anyways, that bookshelf's kind of cool. More mold in the bathroom downstairs. Let's see. Then we got, and I didn't know it at this point, that there was mold building up down here. This is where that I mentioned outside there was like a raccoon hole that had been like digging into it. When they came back for the inspection, or maybe it was even after that, maybe it was after the inspection, this whole wall right here was just black, just like mold had gotten in bad here. And if you can see the ceiling, this is really where the damage was in this house. And this is probably why we had to sign the disclaimer. There's all this white stuff growing at the top. There's all this stuff. There'd clearly been a leak from the roof above this room that has a deck on top of it. So if you want to fix the roof, you have to do something about the giant, massive 500 square foot deck on top of it. This is a big space. Again, this whole room right here is half the size of what my entire house in Chicago was. So it's a big chunk of space. And again, wasn't really looking for this much space. There's a lot of area to fix, but I was like, all right, whatever. Like there's a lot of cool stuff going on here still. Okay, so inside of the bathroom closet, like this is, I was in charge of taking all the mold pictures. My wife was just getting scenery and like trying to get the scope of it. I'm just like, I need to take a list of all the things I had to fix. So that's why I'm trying to get like everywhere there's mold, so I have a sense of how much I would have to pay somebody to do like mold remediation. Because at that point, I'm still thinking I could probably just afford to pay somebody else to do it. That was until somebody told me and I figured out I had to do it on my own. We'll get to that. Okay, so then there's just like this down here in the corner by this furnace in that sunken room. And I asked my realtor, I was like, what is that? And she's like, oh, I think that's just mouse poop. And I'm like, no, these are bugs. There's just like bugs that have been dead right here that have been eaten through this wood. And you can see there's just like, it looks like this has been water stained at some point. So like maybe there had been like some amount of water in this area for some reason, but it wasn't on the other side, even though like they ripped out the carpet. So there was clearly issues with, you know, water probably dripping in from the ceiling here down. So a lot of weird things going on. More mold. A bay window that this, I thought, it's one of those things. There were so many things on this house that I was like, hey, this looks fine. I'll probably just keep this like it is, because I didn't realize that underneath this, it was basically completely rotten, and there were just carpenter ants that had infested the inside of this. I didn't actually get a picture of that. My contractor who helped work on that part actually just ripped it out and took a video, and it was literally just crawling. But that's in the future. So then there's this hole here. Again, this, something crawled in, or maybe crawled out, but probably crawled in here. I assume this was squirrels again. So, and then there's just parts here of the door that they had chewed at as well. So again, squirrels just hanging out, chewing. Maybe it was the previous owners, like Modest Knowledge said. Not sure. Just weird green stuff growing at the top. A couple white bits of fuzz here growing around the wall. The what are these called? Floating stairs? Those are pretty cool. Like, I really do like just the aesthetic style. And this place is like from the 70s, so when my wife and I were kind of looking at it, it was like, you know, we can probably just, if we just keep it with the same aesthetic, like I think it'll probably turn out fine. Like, keep the chain lamps, all that 70s stuff, like that's fine. It doesn't need to be super modern. Like, we tried to do that with our old house, and it's like it was cool, but nothing wrong with a house of the time period. Let's see. Yeah, just like the light dangling there for some reason. I don't know how that fell, why they ripped that out, but whatever. Old shower, old closet, moldy closet. Here's another view of that bookshelf that they custom made. Then there's, for some reason, they were just like painting in here. I don't know why they were just wet buckets of paint. I guess when they decided, before they decided to run away with the landscaper, the lady who was left with this place, she must have decided to paint this or something. Then we got a bunch of mold here, mold here. This is all in that closet again. There's clearly water that had gotten into this space before. There's like a shutoff valve here, and my theory is that at some point that busted before they had a shutoff valve. And a bunch of water just built up behind here. This is probably one of the worst ones. I don't know what these nipples were all over the ceiling. I think these were like a fire alarm it said on one of them at some point, but I mean, they aren't hooked up to anything now. There's just like stray wires all over the place. More damage in the ceiling. Here's another look at that bar where it's just like, there is a lot of dust and mold all over this. And then this one was actually fuzzy. This actually kind of looked like an alien life form. Let's see. Just more and more mold. This is what the outside of the garage looked like. This is like the first impression where it's just like black. The garage itself wasn't too bad. There was this spot back here that we didn't know why. Like, this had some mold on it back here, but we'd figure that out eventually too. And then here's another look at the side of the shed. Maybe some old like clay sewer tile pipe that had been busted. I still don't know what busted there. And then we have all this like stuff that's just rotting, allowing animals to get inside the shed. And this is what the side yard looked like, where they basically had these giant bushes here. There was a giant groundhog hole over here. In general, you really don't want groundhogs at your house because they're gonna like tear away at the foundation. Eventually, can cause like structural damage. Unfortunately, they're around my pool, which is gonna definitely cause maybe that thing will just collapse at some point and leak out onto them. I really don't know. But yeah, groundhogs, they're a real pain in the butt, is what I've learned. But anyways, like that's kind of the initial first impression. Here's inside of the shed. There's just mold inside of that. I assumed that there was a leak in the shed. Never actually found the leak. I don't think it actually leaked. I think it was just closed up for a really long time. And so that's pretty close to the first impression of like, this is our first 30 minutes of being at this house. It took me longer just to like digest all of the like, here are things that I noticed now that I know. So there was just a lot to take in. Overall, still like a pretty cool location, I would say. Just clearly a lot of work to fix up. So yeah, I'm gonna drink some water here because my throat's already hurting and there's a lot still to cover. But yeah, feel free to keep asking more questions in the chat. Okay, so up next, we actually were like, okay, let's go ahead and move forward with this. Because at first it was a funny conversation. I was like, I think there's too much work to do. I don't want to do all of this. And I was one who was originally like really excited about it, but then like the pricing of it all started to sink in, where it was like the house is in budget, but then there's so much extra renovations, and it's like, I don't know that we want to be working on this for the rest of our life, and that's kind of what it feels like it might be. And so my wife is like, no, I think this is a really good location. I was like, okay, that's fine. But if you do that, you have to get a job like down here ASAP. That way you can help pay for all of the renovations. My wife hadn't had to work like the last 4 years when we were in Chicago. So she was kind of getting used to having it maybe a little bit easier than she did at this house. And so I told her that. I told my mom is also like, oh yes, please move down here 5 hours closer to us. And she was like, I really want a pool. I was like, that's the last thing I want. That's a major negative to me to have a pool. Because pools, they're a constant maintenance thing. My old house, I was like, I want zero maintenance. I want zero subscriptions. That way I don't have to do any like sort of extra thing. I don't want something constantly bleeding me of money. I'm not going to go swimming in the pool. I got a lake right there. If I want to get wet, I got a shower and a lake. You know what I mean? Good enough for me. However, my mom was very much like, oh, this is going to be so great because we're going to get that pool running. And then I'm going to come over every day and come swim in it. Like, first off, you're not allowed over more than once a week. Let's set some ground rules. If I'm living this close to you, it was like 8 minutes away from my parents. So she's highly motivated to try to get me to come back, right? And so I'm like, you know what? Whatever happens with the pool, if you want to pay for it, that's fine. So it was like, I brought my potential investor with me to like see if she wants to, you know, like if you want to fix it up yourself, you go right ahead. I want nothing to do with this pool, okay? She said, "Oh yeah, that's fine." So at this point, both the women in my life are telling me, "Yeah, let's move forward with this." And I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it. And then we get a call from my landlady, and she's like, "Oh yeah, they need an answer by the end of the day because my realtor, and they're like, we need an answer by the end of the day because they're already getting other offers on it." And I was like, "Yeah, it's a good price. It's a really good location." But yeah, there's a lot of work that has to happen. So it's like, there's no way I could afford this house if it was actually in the condition that we eventually got it to. But there's just like no way that this place is literally 3 times the size of the place that I had in Chicago. So it's just like, to most people, that's more valuable. To me, it's just like, this is a lot more maintenance and work that I'm going to have to do, right? Apathy says he had to limit how often his parents visit too. Yeah, my mom's actually been pretty good about it. I'm surprised. Luckily, my wife and her have gotten along really well, and that makes things really easy. So she's actually the one who has my mom over, which, as long as my mom brings over coffee or something, I tell her she can keep coming over. Yeah, a pool is only good for reselling the house. Yeah, unless it's somebody like me, right? And then they're also like, yeah, I don't want it. I really don't know if a pool adds that much net value if it's working, quite honestly. I know people say it does, but in reality, I don't know what the math is on that. So anyways, we say, yeah, let's go ahead and move forward. They put some pressure on it. I was like, I can make it work. I really don't want to be stuck in the Chicago living situation that I've mentioned before. And I'm open to the idea that this place will be worth more if I just put in the work, and I'm willing to learn how to do it at some point. I want to pay some people to just get it started, right? But I'm willing to kind of like learn how to do this on my own. So we get the inspector out there, and he does the radon test and all that sort of stuff. That goes just fine. He starts pointing out stuff that's wrong with the electricity for it. Says that there's like shared ground neutral here, which I didn't realize what the impacts of something like this were, but the impacts of it are when I go to turn off the lights in my garage, they don't turn off. So I just unscrewed the light bulbs until I actually fixed this. I still haven't fixed that, but it just does weird things that really probably aren't safe. Like, it should probably just be off and not feeding the electricity even when it's off. That's probably a fire hazard or something like that. And this is, again, that pool equipment, just a bunch of debris that had, clogged up inside of that. It's basically underground at this point from all the debris that had built up. This is a view of that bay window that's basically rotten at the bottom. Didn't realize how rotten. When I eventually did get the place, I just tried to put wood filler in this and try to close it off, call it a day, but that really just wasn't a good permanent solution. The inspector did call out that there's not good grading around this, where the soil is above the house, which causes issues because water is going to be seeping into it and that sort of thing. Then he called out this area over here. This is actually on a concrete pad, and there's just a bunch of dirt and again, tree stuff that's just disintegrated. Basically, water would just build up over here and could eventually go inside of the house, inside of the garage, which is here. And spoiler alert, that's exactly what happened. There's more grading issues. This is what all the steps look like up to that second story, which is funny. Eventually, I got a contractor to come out and kind of assess this for me to tell me, hey, how much would it cost to get somebody to, redo the steps up to this, right? Because they're clearly falling apart. And so he goes up to it, and big Midwest American body just does this Hulk smash with his foot. And I'm I thought for sure he was going to go through it, but it didn't budge. And then he's like, well, seems like it's pretty sturdy for now, but he starts quoting it up, and I'm like, honestly, dude, seems like if it didn't break on that, I don't need to do this year. So I was like, all right, let's push this project off. I think you just put yourself out of a job by trying to smash through my step here. So at some point, now that I'm a little bit more handy and I've done my own stuff, I'll probably just end up building some more steps at some point. But yeah, it's basically falling apart is what he's calling out. The concrete pads are just completely separating from the pool. There's just rotten deck boards all over. Again, 5 decks for some reason. It turns out the reason that there were 5 decks at this place and so many wood things, the previous owner, the one who originally had it and actually cared for it and had done a good job with it before they started renting it, and then before they gave it away to the people that gave it away, until they sold it to the people that eventually, one of them died, and then one of them just abandoned it, ran away with the landscaper. The original people that actually maintained this place and made it livable, one of them was a local high school shop teacher. So he was actually this was his hobby, just building stuff with wood. But yeah, this lake deck just went all the way out to out onto the lake, and then basically it was falling in at the, oh dang, there's a squirrel right now eyeballing me from outside. He's getting really close. Makes me uncomfortable. Usually I'm a dog at this house right now, and I have to go chase away the squirrels because they'll just get aggressive. Why is he so close right now? They're not usually I've killed off most of them that got really aggressive, but there's one trying to come in right now. Anyways, hopefully I make it through this stream without squirrels on the stream. Anyways, so the deck is falling in to the lake itself, though. I later on have a picture of it where it's in the center of this. It's kind of like denting in. So that's more foreshadowing of what was to come. Just issues with things that are in the roof, these are prone to leak. Also, just look at all this stuff that's built up in the gutter. Then we have again, there's just like all the tree residue. No gutter guards for some reason. Like usually you want something in front of your gutters that's going to be over the top of this. That lets the water come in. Make sure that you can get water away from the foundation of your house so you don't have that hydrostatic pressure issue that we mentioned before, right? But yeah, there were no gutter guards despite all of this all this stuff on the top of this roof. And that's just constant buildup. And then this is what my inspector should have caught. Like this is his picture, but what he didn't even realize this, just because there's so much crap, he didn't even realize it, is this is actually through the roof. Like later on, there was mold in the garage at the top, like right here, because there's just a hole in the roof. And so the day we move in, I didn't notice it. The second day when I go up here to clean off all this stuff, I see, oh, there's a hole up here. I have to get that fixed like ASAP. Got to drop what I'm doing. Yeah, squirrel for the next podcast guest. There's a good chance of that. I don't think I could. That's just it. If I could tame one of these things, I would. But they're evil, so I probably wouldn't work out. Yeah, in-person audience. Yeah, good one. Not the people that I want. Not the audience that I want to attract. If I'm being quite frank. Okay, so then there's 3 chimneys here, and this was an interesting thing because it's like, what do these go to? So there's a furnace beneath. There's a fireplace down in that addition. Like, what is the other thing even connecting to here? Wouldn't figure that out till a little bit later. More debris on the roof, just kind of nuts. Again, here's where there was actually a hole. That's my inspector doing the picture of it. Also, like for the inspection, I didn't actually go down because it was 5 hours. I was like, I really don't want to go down. Like, I'll just have my mom proxy it for me. She can FaceTime me, and we'll just have the inspector do it, and I'll ask questions along the way. Honestly, I still think that was probably a fine decision. I probably would have seen some more stuff that it would have given me cold feet, but none of the things that we could have caught or that I knew at the time would have told me, like, to not buy this place, I guess is what I'm saying at. There's a lot of red flags, but nothing that I was like, I can deal with it, right? Anyways, more roof debris. Also, this is like the water heater, which basically they recommended me. People, like, we had a plumber come out immediately because the water had been shut off. Somebody had to turn on the water because this place had been foreclosed. So, everybody recommended get a new water heater because the water's been off. And apparently animals can just like crawl up through the pipes, die in your water heater, and then you're showering with warm water that's got like animal carcasses juice in it. So it didn't take me long to say, yeah, all right, we'll probably have to rip out that water heater as well. More shots of like a gas line that basically goes underneath that was going to the pool. The inspector told me that this basically can, if a lightning hits it and it's exposed electric, that can basically explode. So just calling out stuff that has to be fixed with that. Also, in the 70s, apparently they had ducts that went to the garage that in order to get a heated garage. This turns out to be a code violation these days because in your garage, a lot of times you have a car idling and you can get fumes that then backdraft into the house. Not something you want, so we had to seal that up. Also, there's no vent cover on this, so it's just going to allow rats and stuff to get inside of here. So, not great. Somebody at some point had given this garage door a love tap as well, but it worked. There were only 2 things in this house, machine-wise, that worked. One of them being the garage door, even though it was hit. The second one being the dishwasher, because, and I didn't know why, but they had tiled in the dishwasher, so they couldn't get it out when they removed all the other appliances. So those are the only 2 things. Also, like the, I guess the washer and dryer were there, but we ripped those out pretty quick because they're pretty nasty. So that is so far the initial impression, what we were getting from the inspection. So far, we're like, okay, I think we can probably do this. Also, when I had them come out and do the inspection, I also had a family friend come out and basically assess what the work would need to be done as like a handyman. So this guy had done literally thousands of dollars worth of things for my parents over the last 10 years. And so I trusted his opinion on these sorts of things. What I did not realize at this point is this guy kind of goofed hard. And he basically was, his impression, despite seeing like that in that sunken room, that addition, that he thought he would just be able to like remove a part of the ceiling and be able to fix it that way. Maybe patch up the roof at the top, not have to replace the whole thing, which eventually it became very clear. All of that had to be replaced. So just like the initial assessment of like, you know, how much is this really going to be to fix? The guy who could do all the work had no idea how much it was really going to cost, which I totally get. Like, I write software for a living, so like I get that the timelines are always off. I get that you always come in and the budgets are always wrong. I get it. But at the same time, was trusting a family friend to kind of assess this as we go and then hopefully hit the ground running. Like, he didn't have any other work lined up, so I was like, dude, I'm just going to put you to work on this until we can get it basically livable, and then I'll just figure out how to do things on my own from there, right? As I need to. That was the theory. So I went in under good terms with that guy. Simple Surfer asked, how long has this been abandoned? So I covered this a little bit earlier. It was at least 1 year that they hadn't been paying. And then it was probably 2 to 3 years before that it wasn't real clear that anybody had been there. And then the pool, like I said, had not been uncovered for at least 5 years. So there's just varying degrees of how much were people actually living. The squirrel is now just like lounging. He's literally just laying on the deck next to me. That guy's way too comfortable here. Anyways, so yeah, varying degrees of abandonment. Okay, we're not there yet. There's more. So this was some pictures of my mom, like where she was like taking additional pictures. We'll just fly through these really quickly because at this point we've got about an hour of context here of the initial, like, here's what was going on. There's just a dead turtle right here, and it apparently had gotten trapped in here. So lots of life all the time. Sometimes unfortunate end for that poor little guy who was trapped inside that door. I thought that was pretty funny. Anyway, so I mentioned that there were 3 like chimney exhausts at the top. There was one for the fireplace, one for the furnace, and then again, I don't know if this is a 70s thing or what. Nobody else that I talked to has ever seen anything like this. They put a gas grill inside of the mortar, or whatever this is called, the chimney structure, so that I guess they could grill inside of here, like a kind of a safe fire space. There's all this wood around it. It's like, I don't really know that I want all of like a fire inside of this area. I still haven't done anything with this area. It's just kind of a bit of a head scratcher still. I do have like an electric smoker that would be kind of cool to just store in here and use it, but then it does have a gas line to it here. So I was like, do I rip this thing out? I don't. I closed the door and I try to forget about it. It had this padlock on it, but like it's not actually locked into anything. So at least when we went and looked, it was like, I didn't really think there'd be an issue. Also, there were people who had just been like loitering in this because it had been abandoned, and they'd been like fishing at the lake here at this property, and they had just been throwing like beer cans and stuff in it. It's the inspector taking a look around. There's poop everywhere from just animals hanging out. Again, steps, pretty bad condition. Just open junction boxes. Yeah, rest in peace, little turtle. All of the things had been like winterized. I think the bank just paid somebody to turn off the water professionally. Some things that needed to be repaired. There are these door locks around everything. I didn't realize what these were for until I actually started having to research the code on how do I actually move into this house and get the city to say that legally I'm allowed to live in a place that was abandoned. Because apparently after it's been abandoned for so long, you have to get it reapproved. And just in general, actually, I think it's just in general, when you move into a new house in this area, you have to get it approved by the city, a city inspector. And so the guy that I have is just a personal one who's trying to tell me, this is what you're in for. And meanwhile, I have to prep everything at some point when I do buy the house to get it ready. This is because there's a pool. And so if there's a pool, all of your doors have to have alarms on it. So it's a weird thing. They're supposed to be on. I did turn them off because every time you open a door, it blasts this deafening noise. As long as I don't have kids and nobody's drowning in my pool, I probably won't get in trouble for it, but we'll see. don't use this against me in court if something goes wrong. My main concern that I told my mom to take all the pictures of was, where am I going to get my internet? And there were just like cable routed everywhere. These days I was like, I want Ethernet, not like a cable set up everywhere. So basically I ended up cutting out most of the cable coaxial lines and stuff, sealing those up at some point. Just because they were really a mess. They were done like not through the walls and that sort of stuff. So just a mess. Outdoor, this was the state of all the landscaping. My mom and dad have been actually really helpful, where they'll just come over a weekend every now and then. They're big into like gardening and stuff. So like they were taking pictures of this because they're like, oh, I know exactly what we can do in this spot over here. And meanwhile, I'm just like, I don't want to do anything outside. I'm going to cut the grass every couple of months, let it grow wild, and we'll go from there. But they've been at least helpful in trying to get it down to like a maintainable level. You know what I mean? So a lot of work that has to be done just on the exterior of this place. Trees just growing through like where the like pool would be and all that sort of thing. That's, if you want to know what I'm going to look like in the future, that's my dad. Just a giant chasm next to him. I'm surprised he didn't like go through this here. Let's see. Oh yeah, then I mean the lights to the deck are pretty cool. These actually do work now too. So I never use them, but it is kind of a, again, kind of a nice character thing. The back here is kind of interesting, where they built the deck right up to the siding. This is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea to have your siding right next to where the deck goes up to. Reason being because dirt, debris, leaves kind of build up here, and then once it rains, it just rots right along this line. So eventually I hired somebody to like cut this back during like the initial, like before I even, at this point, like I don't even own power tools at this point. Basically, I have like a drill because I put up some curtain rods before, done some painting. I installed like some doorknobs, changed some locks, not a whole bunch of stuff. Don't have a lot of equipment. So at this point, it's like, well, I'll pay somebody else to do some of the basic stuff before I start diving in head first. And then, so this is a weird situation where like the downspout is for some reason crooked. There's stuff like spilling over from the pool equipment onto the yard next to it, to where there's that door over here to that bedroom. Weird situation. There's just like a door to the bedroom there. These stairs that are falling apart. More pictures of that deck. More pictures of things that are just rotten. More pictures of that black. My future again, bald, potentially pregnant. So that hopefully again gives you a bit of a sense of what we were in for. Again, a lot of landscaping stuff. That tree that's just through the roof, groundhog hole. Okay, so from here, all right, this is actually one worth talking about too. Again, a lot of grading issues with the house, where there's soil right up to the siding, which means that bugs and stuff start eating away at it. It's bad for, like, it potentially allows termites and stuff to get to it too if your soil's like touching wood. So just bad situation all around. And there's this bush in front of it. And so later on, I'd have to do something about this. Also, I haven't mentioned this yet, but after this, I'm going to post a link of just like before and after pictures. So it's a lot more concise of just like, here's what it was and here's the finished product instead of having like a billion pictures. But I'll post that once this is all done. And then this is actually useful to see too. So again, like this structure beneath it is really like the worst part of this house, where this is the entire slope of this roof. It's not going to shed water that fast. So like water drops onto the deck and then it's just going to eventually move over here. If any leaves and debris start coming through this, it's just going to slow down the process and potentially end up with leaks. And that's exactly what happened. There was just debris caked on this area up here. And that's why there were leaks, and it had rusted through the metal roof that was on top of it. And on top of that, once we eventually got the top of this out with that family friend contractor, let's just call him Carl from now on, because I have a lot of history that will come up about Carl. So Carl found, once he pulled up the deck here, that the squirrels had basically eaten like a half of a basketball sized right here. And they just had full reign into the house. And the roof itself, they had chewed through the spots where it had gotten a little rusty. Because, and this is literally what I'm looking at, a squirrel doing right outside of my window right now. They hang out right here, and then they'll duck down, and then they'll come down here, and then they'll run across this and into the house. Okay. Now I have sealed off the house now. They're not going to come in, but that's basically what had been happening. And there's like little holes where they had tried eating through the metal roof. Squirrels they're godless killing machines. They're literally, they will eat through anything. Like there's nothing that can really stop them, except for like good metal that's not rusted through, right? So pain in the butt. Anyways, a fence that won't close because there's just like dirt and debris that's built up. A hill that slants towards the house, which means, yeah, water is going to be coming down this way towards my house. Foreshadowing. And then this is what the backyard basically looked like. It was just everything covered in dirt and debris. Okay. So with that, now we can finally get into... So I hired Carl, the family friend, to come over, start with me day one. We're now at this point around July that we're going to start moving. We're going to try to fix this place up. We can just stay with my parents, for a couple weeks till we get this place all ready to go. And then we would actually move in once we got the place safe, right? Because again, the big concern is there's mold in the place. That was what we were worried about at that time. And it's like, in retrospect, the mold wasn't that big of a deal, quite honestly. What happened with the mold was I did a little bit of research. I found a YouTube channel of a guy who did some talk about it on Redfin, about how basically the mold industry is extremely corrupt and it's just based off of fear. It's not going to kill you. Some people have allergic reactions to it. Actually, my dad does. He's extremely sensitive to it. Ended up not being able to taste when in his apartment. It turned out there was like some black mold there. But at least for what you do with it, I started calling around, getting bids for, how much is it going to actually cost to get this place mold free? And the answer that we got was, well, the whole house is infected. So if you don't do it yourself, it's going to cost you about $10,000. And I'm like, 10,000 USD is a little steep. I don't want to do that. So I ended up trying to get an inspector out who could actually like view the property and tell me in person. And my real estate agent kept telling me, no, you can't have somebody who isn't a licensed inspector go out to the house and do it. And I'm like, but this is going to be so expensive to actually have somebody do it. They're all saying they have to see it to tell me how much it's going to be. I need somebody in this house. You have to figure that out for me if you want that to happen. She didn't. She wasn't budging on it. So I was a little disappointed in that, quite frankly. But I kept calling around to people. And my inspector, the guy that I had take all those pictures and stuff before and tell me, here's what's wrong with your house that you haven't bought yet. If you still want out, now's the time. He gave me the number of somebody else who I called, and they were like, they do mold and termite stuff. So I was like, okay, let's talk to these guys. The guy who did the mold and like stuff there just goes to the house. And apparently, I guess he did have access to the house somehow, where like real estate agents can get key codes so that they can get into houses, that sort of thing. And so he didn't tell my real estate agent. He just went in, he checked it out. He told me, he just calls me up and he's like, oh yeah, so I got into your house. I took a look at it. I was like, how did you get in? Like, that's kind of disturbing. But anyways, he's like, yeah, you got some mold in a couple different places here, but he's like, this really isn't that bad. You just need to like work with a contractor, rip out the parts that are moldy, get a fan going to like push air out. I did a little bit more research onto that. You basically set up what you would call, let's see, I guess it would be negative pressure, where you're sucking air out of a mold infested quarantined area and you are pushing it out. Meanwhile, air because of the negative pressure will be coming in, drawing clean air in, and you're getting all the mold spores and that sort of stuff out. So I bought like a $500 fan because I was like, I'm just going to do this myself. And that's literally, the mold inspector guy was like, you could probably just do this yourself. I was like, I don't know how to do this. And he's like, it's going to cost you about a couple $1,000s if you want somebody else to do it. Just go buy an expensive fan that like is going to pump out like 500 plus CFMs at whatever rate that works at, and just blast all the air out. And then you go over anything that's like that you're not going to remove that has mold on it with just some spray. So that's literally me day one. I got my PPE on, personal protective equipment. I tried to do it, hail Lord safety, like do it all the right way. Later on, my respirator came in, so I got a nice like hefty respirator for all of this work that I ended up doing. I got concrobium spray in here, which is it's like a non-toxic thing, but it actually probably works like the best of anything. I think it's got like baking soda in it and some other stuff, but you basically spray it on, you let it sit, it kills off the mold spores, like you can watch it work basically, and then it shrinks, and then you just leave it on there, and then it acts as like a protective layer, seals in any of the dead mold, because apparently even when mold is dead, it's still like offshooting spores that you don't want to be breathing in. So that's exactly what I did. So my wife's job in all of this is, your job is to clean up all of the mess that is everywhere, figure out how we're going to get all the carpet cleaned, clean out all the vents, all the stuff that just hasn't been maintained forever. And then you're going to be in charge of painting, and I'm going to be in charge of all the big renovations, getting contractors, all that sort of stuff. Getting all of that ready to go, right? So this was basically my get up for the first couple weeks. Also, before I actually moved in, I had to call in for to get all the appliances turned on. So day one is like, I want to make sure the gas is on. I want to make sure I'm getting water. I want to make sure that the power's getting on. And I call the gas company, and they're like, they tell me this like cryptic message. And this is what they said. This is what's actually written on the sheet, and this is what they told me over the phone. They said, oh yeah, you had a gas leak at this house. Like, what? There's a gas leak at this house? Like, is that going to be safe to be in? They said, well, it came from a while ago, so it's probably fine now, or else we would still have something on record. I was like, this is not giving me confidence that there's like a gas leak in the house. But they said, outlet installed inside cover next to burner. 2 copper pipes coming out of furnace. Water has been cut at furnace and removed. Off at inline valve. Next to fireplace for furnace and utility room. I don't know what that means still in English now. I think they cut off a couple pipes that were going to a furnace that were in that like sunken room area, that addition. And I was like, I don't know why I still don't understand how a gas leak was happening at that location. I talked to the lady so I go in for the signing, and I ask about this. I asked the bank lady who owns it now, and she's like, we didn't give them access like to get into the house. So I don't know how they got in to fix this. Also, this paper was inside the house. So it's just like, a lot of people were coming into this house without, that probably shouldn't have been, but they apparently had access. They fixed the gas leak, and I never had a problem with it, but it was always one of those things that was nagging me, like, do we have a gas leak? So anyways, Carl, the contractor, and I are working on this place, and he pulls back the wall on the side next to that fireplace that it had basically molded where the raccoon had tried to rip through. And we find there's just this gigantic paper wasp nest that's inside of the insulation. So the wasps had moved in, eaten through all of this, and they weren't active, so it was an old nest, but it was still like, wow, that's inside the wall. I just start ripping out all the drywall from here inside of that bathroom downstairs, taking that out. It's actually not that moldy here on the inside, but you can see there's like down by the base, there's bits of mold. The wood paneling that was on top of this drywall was also really moldy. And that's basically like my first day. I borrow Carl's tools and I just start chopping away at stuff. I'm trying to peek up inside of this to figure out what's going on up inside of here. It smells really bad once I pull back this wall. Like, it turns out rodent feces. And then the next day, I'm just up here and I'm just trying to get all the gutters cleaned out. I didn't know how long I didn't know how fast it would take to fill these up. it ended up being like a weekly thing where I would have to come up here and clear these out until I eventually paid somebody to just install gutter guards around it. And that was a really good investment. I'm really glad I did that because I still have to come up here and maintenance stuff. Like as you saw from this, like it's just constantly tons of stuff that just builds up on the roof. That sometimes you just got to spray it. You got to get these big sticks off. Not a fun maintenance item, but at least this isn't happening anymore. And this is raccoons were living up on the top. And this is all poop. Just a massive amount of raccoon feces. These are dangerous just because raccoons and their feces carry disease. So if like in a year I come down with whatever that raccoon disease is, it's probably that. And that's like how long it can actually take to actually show its signs. It's been a year since I cleaned this out. You never know. There's always raccoons around this place. And that is especially disturbing just because of the attic was open, right? Like to the outside. So I definitely assumed that raccoons had been inside the attic. Surprisingly, when I actually looked inside, there were 3 different spots that were just open to the attic from the outside. There were, besides like a little bit of like mouse feces and that sort of stuff, like just mice. Like that was the only thing that I could find had been up inside of the attic, which was surprising. I still don't understand why like squirrels didn't go in there more. I'm not really sure, but a couple mice, but not that bad. But the raccoons liked climbing up trees and then just hanging out right over in this area, apparently. And this was the moment that I realized, no pun intended, I was in over my head. This did not come up on the inspection. But when yeah, what a shitty roof. Yeah, exactly. Even worse was the shitty ceiling. So inside, between the first floor and the second floor, was this. And I know this is a little hard since it's in vertical. We'll get some more pictures of it. But basically, these are walnuts. This is the back side of the house. This is like away from where the squirrels actually came in on the other side, and all the way back to where the bathroom is in this house. And it is littered with walnuts. I do not have a walnut tree on my property. These squirrels were taking it from across the street and then bringing thousands of them into this house. Okay? That is particularly problematic because inside of here, there's again just mice feces as well as squirrel feces just all up in here. And the smell is powerful in here. So basically, once I opened up the area to the ceiling, it reeked of like mouse feces. And I didn't know what that smelled like. I had never lived in an infested house before, previously infested. But it's a very strong smell that I got very familiar with. Okay, and then there's all these wires that are all dirty and stuff because rodents sharpen their teeth on things, and so they'll use this to just like gnaw at. And so I guess I haven't mentioned this yet, but when we moved in, sorry, not when we moved in, when first day we got the house and started working on it, we go to turn on the power everywhere. They say, the power's already on. And I say, yeah, but I'm in the basement and there's no power. Like, then you have a problem. You have breakers that won't flip on, right? And so at the fuse box, there were just shorts. And there were at least 3 that were just completely shorted out. And they were shorted out because of this. Because the rodents had complete reign of the house inside between the first and second floor. And they were able to just chew through all of the wires. Through just some of them completely to the point where it couldn't complete the circuit, and that's why we didn't have power. So I talked to Carl, my handyman, and I'm like, Carl, help me out here. Like, how much more I got to add on to have you fix this? And he's like, yeah, sure, I'll do that too. All right, perfect. So at this point, I got Carl signed on from, this is July. He tells me I don't have anything going on until September. I'm just going to work on this with you until then. I'm like, perfect. This is going to be great. I'm just going to keep working with him. I'll keep working on it myself. I took off some time off of work. I think I took off like 1 or 2 weeks here just to like, really hit the ground running, get through this. And then I stumble upon this and it's like, I might have to rip out the entire ceiling downstairs. It's like 1,500 square feet of ceiling that I might have to rip out to clean this out because now the entire bottom floor of this just smells. Yeah, an army of raccoons scares me too, modest knowledge. Actually, in my old house, one time at 3 a.m., I caught a raccoon literally ripping through my ceiling. Not my ceiling. It was pulling through the roof, and I actually walked out, and it was a mama raccoon trying to get in to burrow somewhere nice and warm, and had ripped through it. So that was in Chicago. That wasn't even like, I live next to a nature preserve now, basically, and it's a constant battle with nature out here. So that I haven't had more problems with raccoons down here, I'm actually really surprised about. But yes, they definitely do get into your attic. They're dangerous just for the health reasons. If you want to pay somebody to get rid of them, it costs about $100 to actually per animal to have them professionally trapped and then removed. Personally, I just have a cage now, and I'll just kill them myself. Like that's just I haven't had to kill any raccoons, luckily. I think they're really cute, and I'm glad. I really love animals, but at this point, like with this house, there have been quite a few animals that, like, they get too close, you got to take them out. You ask them nicely to stay back, and they won't. So that's what you got to do. You got to basically handle stuff yourself. Later on, I would get a house inspector guy out here, and I asked him, I was like, how can I humanely like get rid of the animals? And his answer is, you got a 22? Like, just shoot them. Okay, like, I guess that's the answer. No, I don't own a gun, actually. I might have to get one for this place. I might take up archery before that. I'm not really sure. And then just, one single Legolas arrow, like, through the heart or something. I don't know. Anyway, so this is the bar room and another angle where I'm just like, oh my gosh. This is just like bay after bay of animal feces. And I would say, and then they peed up here, and then the pee molded. So it's like, just like, this is where I was like, I'm over my head. This was a mistake. Like, I have goofed. And you can just see there's just walnuts all across this. And again, I didn't know about this because it didn't show up in the inspection. It's not a normal thing to look for. There was no clear evidence of, like, the squirrels, like, having this much rain. There was like, oh, they nibbled at a window. Oh, isn't that cute, right? No, they were living here. So then there were just like spots like this where, okay, this one was at least covered up with metal, but we kind of wanted to get this sealed up. This is like another one of those spots where they could get direct access to the attic. There's like little bits that they had just chewed through trying to get in all over. They're just gnawing on everything all over around here. That's just those chimneys again. I started to get a little bit worried about, given what I've seen, the damage that squirrels can do here. I became very concerned that the squirrels were going to eat through this. And one of these was, I don't know that I have a picture of that. One of these metal parts, they had completely chewed through. This is not rusted. This is just like aluminum metal that they had just eaten through. Just, they're bored. So anyways, yeah, totally got that top area cleaned off though. It's looking good, making progress. That was like my second day out here on the job. Lots of raccoon feces up here as well. This is probably where they spent most of their time living. There was just like pee stains from them just being up here, just living their raccoon life. Trees that had grown up to this gave them really easy access to just get on top of here. But again, raccoons, not really the enemy, really just the squirrels getting into the ceiling, eating through the electric wires. Those were my real concerns. Eating through the chimney, and then just normal rot. This is all just pretty normal stuff. The mildew and gets on there. It makes it take longer for it to actually dry out, and then it rots. This was the area where those raccoons had been pooping that I cleaned up. This was another area that they had just been eating through, gnawing their teeth. Just me generally concerned, not knowing anything about houses. Is it okay to have house wrap shown down here? Like, is this another entry point that things are going to get into? I don't know. I start to notice a lot of wasp nests on the house, and they really like these vents up to the attic. I did start to find like a couple wasps in the house. I'm not sure if that's because I vacuumed them up at one point. At one point, I just took a shop vac and like vacuumed them up, and then the next day they were in the house. I think they just crawled out of the vacuum. I don't know. So I asked Carl, I was like, hey, can we get can we close these up? This was one of my day one requests. I was like, Carl, you still haven't done this. There's still free access to the roof. And so he just puts a board in front of it and calls it a day. I was like, it wasn't really sealed off very well. I eventually had to have somebody else redo it, but that was the initial thing. Just kind of get stuff closed up. Again, we're cleaning stuff out, blowing out the hose here to like get the downspouts cleaned up. Because with all this debris that's inside of your gutters, it's really bad for the house because, again, it's just going to pour all that water. It's not going to drain through your downspouts and away from the home. It's just going to fill up, fall down right around the house, and then it's going to put hydrostatic pressure on the foundation of the house, and then that water is going to come up through your basement or your underground river in my case. So we got, I'm just like spraying all of these out. It's really time consuming just trying to clean these out with this method. But the good news is once I got the gutter guards on top of that, they basically, there's nothing really gets inside of the gutter guards themselves. So I just can like scrub at the top of them, and that more or less cleans them out. If I ever did need to pull them up, I could do that and, service them in that way. But it's a constant maintenance item. I'm getting up here on this roof, doing a lot of servicing. Again, like I said, second day, I'm on the roof, and I identify that there's a hole here. And I was like, hey, Carl, can you patch a roof? And he's like, yeah, I can do that too. I'm like, all right, perfect. I was like, new top priority, like let's close up the roof. And so he immediately gets working on that. The wild thing, this is still one of the wildest things about this house. First day, when we actually get the roof patched here and he gets it all back on, about a week later, there's another really severe storm. Same spot gets another hole through it, right in the same spot. So within the first 3 weeks, I got 2 holes in my roof from right here in this spot. So it's like he literally had to pull out the same spot that he had just fixed. It was wild. Anyways, but yeah, trees growing over the roof. I was like, I'm gonna have to get a chainsaw up here, and I'm gonna have to take care of this. This one is like my waist is probably right here to this, and this tree is basically growing down on top of it. Bunch of dead branches. Again, easy access for the raccoons. Just more trees just all around the roof that I'm like, man, this is a lot of stuff I gotta cut back. And then so I'm downstairs trying to figure out how I'm gonna clean out the roof area. So what I start doing is I just start launching my shop vac down like with an extender down into the roof. And as far as I can reach, I'm just sucking up walnuts. And you can just hear them just like getting sucked into the vacuum cleaner and spinning around. I got this heavy duty shop vac that I'm just working nonstop, trying to get all the feces, walnuts, debris that have been tracked in by the rodents that's inside of the ceiling. And then I see this as well where they just chewed through the line here. And this light was still working, but it's like, that's a safety hazard. So I was like, I'm like, hey, Carl, can we replace this too? He's like, yeah, sure. So they had chewed through the ceiling here, though, pulled back this cloth material. It's all just kind of nasty, though. I'm like, we got to get this completely replaced. There's like this cloth paneling here. Like, I'm just going to have to end up ripping all this stuff out. And I really didn't think I was going to have to do this all so early, but it's one of those things. Once I was like, I'm trying to move into this place, it's like suddenly it's like, I really got to get this stuff just cleaned up. Like, it's all just so nasty once you're in it and you realize that rodents have been all over it. So I'm like, it's not so dusty down here now. I'm starting to clean through it, but then making more dust like as I'm going through it. There's just feces on the bar room. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out how to get the furnace working and the thermostat, all that sort of stuff. Just like basic new house stuff too. Constantly working on this bar room area. That's like the major first area because it's just so bad with mold growing in here, the rodents above it. And then I'm like, okay, like let's go start cleaning out some of the furnace intakes. So this is the one to the second one in the sunken room. And the sunken room furnace, I see this in here, and these are just black. And it hadn't been changed since 2016. So it's 2023 when I pull this out. It was like a 7-year-old filter. I'm like, that's pretty disgusting. But the furnace still worked. So I was like, okay, well, I'll try to find one that fits. But the furnace was from the 70s. So it's just like nothing fits this. That's why they had 2 of these in here before. I couldn't even find what these were that they had used before. So I'm just like, kind of sus. And then, yeah, the dangling light, I'm just going to rip that out. I start replacing that. And then Carl's working on this sunken room area. And man, he pulls this thing out. He told me he thought he was just going to have to he thought he was still going to be able to use some of the ceiling tiles and stuff. This is the worst spot of it. But basically this whole ceiling, besides the rodent stuff that's in it and was in all the insulation, we have this. So this is, in my opinion, worse than black mold. From the research I've done on this stuff right here, this actually will cause structural damage, this spider web looking stuff. It's just a type of mold that it takes really wet environments and it will do structural damage to these beams over time. Now, luckily, so my job was the mold cleanup. So I got the PPE on. I start spraying it with the concrobium stuff. I'm just, washing all this stuff down. Meanwhile, it's like, these are all rusted. It's not cardboard. The plywood above it has gotten wet through it, which means the roof above it is going to have to be replaced. At this point, it's like, okay, things are starting to build up, right? We got the mold issue. I'm going to have to do a complete replacement of the roof that's above this, which means the deck has to come up. And suddenly Carl is like, he's starting to think he's in over his head too, especially when I give him a new job every day. I'm like, you got to fix the roof. You got to, work on the electric here. And it's like, I'm super reasonable to work with. I'm like, I get it. We got priorities. Like, let's just work normal hours and we'll get through it as soon as we get through it, right? And so that's basically how things start. Just start spraying this, cleaning it all up. Another angle of it, just start ripping out insulation covered in mouse feces. Also had to remove this complete paneling of wall over here because that was the area that it had molded through, right? Realizing we got to do all the electric in here again. And then I also find out we're infested with poison spiders. So these are brown recluses. This is one trap. In any room right now in my house, to this point, I have a minimum of 4 to 10 traps. And that is because these are the worst things ever. Like, they're not as bad as black widows in their bites, but they're pretty bad. If you look up, trigger warning, if you look up brown recluse bites, you'll get some pretty nasty stuff. Now, usually, you don't get the necrosis that is what will come up when you Google search a brown recluse bite. And necrosis is just where your flesh literally dies. And so there are accounts of people losing limbs from these. I grew up 8 minutes from this area. I never had a brown recluse in my house growing up. I never saw these. This was the one thing that I did not want because I knew how much of a pest these were. Because at the school that my mom runs a school, at the school that she worked at, she had them at one point, and she had looked into how to get rid of them. You can't spray for them. You're not just gonna hire a pesticide company and spray for them. What they can do is they can spray and kill all the other bugs, and then when you pesticide and kill all the other bugs, that kills the food source for the brown recluses. But then brown recluses can live for 6 months without food. So basically it's a waiting game with these where you have to keep everything dead for 6 months if you want these things to actually die off. So it turns out where all the rodent feces and stuff are in that area of the ceiling, that's where the brown recluses have just been multiplying like crazy. And so we start putting out, I don't realize the extent of it at this point. This is still pretty early on. This actually is a more recent picture from this year. I thought we had gotten rid of them last year because they basically go dormant in the winter. And I was like, I haven't seen one in weeks. This is great. We finally got rid of them. But no, they come back out in the spring. So basically, I was seeing about one of these a day. Which, considering it's a poisonous spider, really didn't want to deal with that. I got it down to about one a week there for a while. These days, again, like they went dormant in the winter. I thought I killed them all off. I put out about 1 million of traps just to catch all the bugs and stuff inside this house. Again, it hasn't been lived in for over 1 year, probably longer. And bugs and stuff had just moved in, having the time of their lives. But the party's over. KanjiEater's is here, and he's trying to kill all the brown recluses. So, I guess, let's see. Last thing to say about the brown recluses. If you look up anything about how to get rid of them, Reddit says just burn your house down, which I didn't think was a very helpful answer, if I'm being quite honest. I talked to some other guy. I had a lot of contractors out here doing different jobs. It came up with one of them about the brown recluses. He said, oh yeah, my house used to be infested too. I put out 30 traps, like 30 plus traps everywhere. And eventually they died off. I only see like one every couple seasons or so. And so it's like, yeah, you can get rid of them. So I have at least one success story. Because I was looking for success stories of how people got rid of brown recluses. And if you look, there's not any online. Like, it's just game over. People literally just say, burn your house down. So anyways, the battle's still waging on. At this point, I only see them when in traps. So I have just traps everywhere. I know that they're in corners. I know that they come in through entryways. And so I just have 1 million traps all over the place, and that seems to be helping. I also put tape around my bed, and we'll see that in a minute. But that is a barrier to make sure that they don't crawl up on me in my sleep, me or my wife, and bite us in our sleep. So, but okay. So really, one more last thing about brown recluses. It turns out their bite is a bit exaggerated. If you clean it, it probably will barely scar. Barely, maybe. It probably won't be that big of a deal. You just have to keep the wound clean. And so that's one of the things that most people don't even know that they got bit or something like that. And so they don't know to keep it clean. They don't know, just put some soap on it. Keep your wounds clean just like anything else. And you shouldn't get the necrosis effects that make you like lose limbs and kill you and whatnot. Meanwhile, I'm also just trying to set up my like server rack, try to get all my streaming gear ready to go again. I don't want to be out of the game for too long. Get my all my hard drives set up here. It was a really good move to move this all to like a rack unit, because then just like moving it into my house was really convenient. So there's like normal life stuff that I'm trying to tackle at the same time as this. Oh, also I'm still like managing to get in like 4+ hours of immersion on average. It's not easy. Actually, probably at this point it's probably dipping down a little bit. We can look at the stats graph on like Discord or something, but probably around this time, like on average, I was still getting like 4 hours of immersion in. Plus working my full-time job, I did take off a significant amount of time to kind of like, get things pieced back together. But I mean, this is my office setup too, so this is like my work from home setup. I'm trying to get all that, running again. The underground river that I mentioned, I didn't realize that it was filling up with water at that point until I had somebody come out to clean vents and like professionally clean the vents and that sort of thing. And he said, hey, we got a problem in these ones in the sunken room because it's sunk and there's just water in it that is just filling up inside the bottom of these vents. I'm just like, oh, that's not good. I don't know what to do about that. So, and I mean, the real solution to that is clean your gutters, make sure that your downspouts are moving away water from the foundation, and then you shouldn't really have serious problems with this. But it was like literally filling up. There's like, I had to go down and with a shop vac, like suck it up. Meanwhile, the exotic lake vacation that it kind of looked like started to turn like green. So it's starting to kind of look like Shrek's swamp instead of like the fancy like exotic water location that it was originally. So I'm like, oh man, homeowners association, I hope y'all are doing something about this. And the reality is, and this is just the reality with a lake like this, you have to treat it regularly for duckweed, which is this green stuff, because it takes over fast. And so on any given day, it will go from being completely covered in this, like the dark green parts here, to a couple hours later, it'll be like what it is behind me in the video feed behind me, right? Where it's just like clear. And then behind that, you can see there's kind of like some green stuff. It's hard to point when your fingers are going the wrong way. the green stuff behind it will just like move, and within a day it'll just completely clear up, and then within a day it'll look like this again. So it's a very moody lake, I would say. But honestly, I've kind of gotten used to it, and I think the green carpet look actually is pretty on its own. It's not as good as, just normal water, but that's what it is. Anyways, I'm still using my camera basically to get into all sorts of nooks and crannies to try and like scope out how bad damage is in any given spot. This is what the attic looked like. Not too bad, but I did find a lot of brown recluses up there above the master bedroom as well. So, I mean, and that's just the places that they like, right? They don't want to come cuddle with you. They like their name would suggest, want to be very reclusive. But yeah, those guys are definitely in there. That was from my kitchen in the where a microwave exhaust would normally go. However, what I found when I put my camera up there was usually when in a kitchen, if you have like oils and stuff like that, you want that to be exhausted out of your house, right? You don't want that to just circulate. That way you can get fresh air. You don't want it to exhaust into the attic, but there is nowhere here, even though there's a hole for it to actually go outside. It just goes directly into the attic. So I'm like, okay, at some point, I'm definitely going to have to get somebody in here to chop a hole in the roof and then install a duct that can actually exhaust air out of the house. And that's because that's a code requirement. Again, I'm trying to get the house up to code so that I can legally reside in the house that I bought. Meanwhile, I'm also trying to sell my house, and like 3 people got cold feet randomly at the end. They didn't give an explanation. They're just like, okay. Like, just a weird buyer's market at this point. So there's just a lot going on. Anyways, trying to figure out how to get the thermostats wired up. Ended up trying to get a one of those Ecobees, because that's what I had at my old place, smart thermostat. Trying to figure out how these wires all work, that sort of thing. Then it turns out the kitchen sink starts to leak down at the clean out that was down here in this area. That turned out to be problematic. So originally, this was just like a pipe here, and then it went up. However, it was all cast iron. So this was another one of those things that I figured out. One of the things that I figured out when we got it was all of the pipes are cast iron, and that's actually still probably my number one concern actually with this place. Like, we haven't gotten to it. I don't have the video of this, but I had a plumber come out and route into this to see how long the cast iron would last. And again, if you haven't bought a house, you probably don't know about this sort of thing. But back in, I don't know when they stopped making stuff with cast iron, but this was the 70s. They still used it. They stopped using cast iron. They moved over to like these PVC pipes like you see at the top of this. And that's because cast iron just rusts over time. And so cast iron in general has about a 50-year to 100-year lifespan. House was built in the 70s. It's 2020-ish. We're over the 50-year mark at this point. So it's like, do I have another 50 years? Am I getting the 50 cast iron or the 100-year cast iron? I don't know. So when they inspected it, it looks pretty bad. The real bad news about this is it goes through the basement. So it's like underneath the concrete. So if I want to get these pipes out, and I literally just thought of this last night, I can either just fill them up and then have like plumbing that goes above like the basement. Like apparently you can get it so it doesn't go underground. That's one option. I had a coworker tell me about that. So it's like, maybe that's an option. The other option is you jackhammer it all up, and then you rip out all the concrete, you pull out the pipe, you lay new pipe, and then you put more concrete, and then you have to put floors back on top of it. And it's like, that's another one of those things that I was like, I did not plan for that. So that's going to be a really expensive endeavor if it ever comes down to that. So anyways, there was a clean out here on this cast iron bit that previously, this was actually the new thing that I had got put in. So originally there was a clean out here. It was basically completely clogged because it had just been rusting. There was no water movement going through it, cleaning out the rust buildup that happens inside of cast iron pipes. So one of the first orders of business, I had a plumber come out. I found some really good plumbers. The first guy that I came out was a bit of he messed up. He goofed. Not a story worth getting into, but he basically was supposed to record the thing like going in so that I could have it and review it, and he didn't. And then was like, "Oh, I don't want to have to come back out and do it again." I was like, That was your job. Like, you're supposed to record this thing for me. Anyways, and then they just like really overpriced. So I found a good set of plumbers, and I just gave them a boatload of work. And they were a new business, so they were happy to do it. They did it for really cheap. And one of the things they did is they just cut this pipe in two. They put in like this coupling thing to change it all into PVC from the kitchen sink above it. And then they tightened it around it to make sure that, it stays watertight. I started to get really paranoid about this though. I was like, dude, that's leaking. Like, and I had them come out. Like, I ended up, they kind of came out twice for it. And the first time the guy's like, yeah, I tried to tighten it, and hopefully it'll be good for you from there. I was like, it's still moving. Like, I don't think it's. And then so they came out a second time and they're like, it's not moving. It's just stained. I took a wire brush to it and like basically scrubbed off all the rust, and it's just as stained like that, and it's fine. I was like, okay, they were actually right about that. So that was one of the things I started getting paranoid about things leaking. What with the back sunken room having a leak, with the roof already having a hole in it. I was like, kind of worried about that. But anyway, so in order to handle mold, a couple things have to happen. Like, mold needs like 3 things in order to survive. It needs humidity above 60%. It needs a water source, and it needs a food source. If you can remove any of those three things, you can basically take care of mold on your own. This turns out to be really useful knowledge because, again, like, the mold industry wants to charge you like $10,000 to do what I did for $500, and probably a little bit more than that, probably like $1,000. So like 1/10 the cost, basically. But anyways, in order to keep the place cool, I ended up getting 2 dehumidifiers. One was supposed to cover the whole area, but it just frankly wasn't keeping up. I just have that draining on constant into like a drainage in the laundry room. And then probably at some point, a future project, I'll have one of them pump out stuff in the sunken room just to make sure it stays under that 60%. Because once it's under that 60%, that's when you can start actually treating it. And the house at this point is probably more like 100% humidity, because like literally my wife painted the front door with mold, like primer that we had already shown that like it had mold on the front door, right? She painted it with the mold stuff. It molded again on top of the mold paint because there was just so much humidity in the air outside during the summer last year. This year wasn't even that crazy, so it was just like a really bad start. Anyways, more ceiling nipples. Still didn't know what those were. We have a bunch of cobwebs and whatnot inside the garage, just like spiders galore. But that's all. Like, nobody's in the house. None of this is unexpected. This is what the attic looks like. I start getting real familiar with this because I'm just going up here, inspecting where there's holes, inspecting what sort of work I have to do. I hate going in the attic. You always come covered in this what's it called, fiberglass stuff, which is not good to breathe in. It's not good to be on you. I'm still trying to figure out how to get stuff to exhaust out. I'm trying to get like the right person to do it. Carl, my contractor who's doing everything else, is just like, nah, we can't. We're not gonna, like, I don't want to do this thing right now because I got so many other projects. And he bids like really high. He's like, I'll do this for X amount of money, and just to make me be like, yeah, so that I wouldn't do it. And I was like, I'll still pay you that. Like that's fine. I just want this done so that we can get the kitchen in order, because there were no appliances. We're trying to get the appliances ordered. Again, trying to get moved into this place as swiftly as possible. That way I don't have to like live with my parents forever, and so I can sell my house. But at this point, there's nobody who wants to cut a hole in the roof and also install like the vent that needs to go inside of it. Like, a handyman would do this sort of thing inside, and then the dude doing the roofing thing would be like a roofer or something. And coordinating between contractors is just like impossible. So eventually, I did find a guy. This is like months later from when this picture was taken. Like, so much work got done, and I still just couldn't get somebody to do it. I finally found some random guy who had good reviews on Google Reviews, like 100+ reviews that were good. He comes in to do it for me. First time I talked to him, bit of a character, but didn't get any serious red flags from him. Second time he comes in, he's just angry, and I ask him how he's gonna so what's the plan? How are we getting it? He goes, "Don't micromanage me, bub." Like, dude, I just want to know what sort of work you're gonna do in my house, how you're gonna cut a hole. He ends up cutting a hole in the roof. He inserts, instead of like a normal roof vent, he puts a giant PVC pipe, kind of like what I showed was it like down to the sewer, that has like a J hook on it, and he just puts that out of the roof. It looked so bad. And I'm like, dude, what is that? Like, why are you doing that? Like, I told you not to micromanage me, man. I was like, dude, what are you doing to my roof? Like, this does not look good. What are you doing? Like, I'm always like in business mode with these sorts of people. So even like that, like more animated sort of way of talking, I probably wouldn't actually do with him. I was like, oh, so what's the plan here? You know, like trying to stay calm. But this dude just keeps getting escalated by every like normal question that I would ask like anybody else that I would work with. He ends up being like the worst person that I worked with on any job for anything. And later on, I mean, we'll get to it, but the thing that he installed, like the day after, I'm like, this looks like it's gonna leak. And so I put like caulking around it to make sure that it's watertight. A couple months later after that though, the hole that he installs into this completely leaks. And then I call him up and I'm like, hey, can we get this fixed? And he's like, nah, man, I underbidded your job anyways, and I don't know why that would be leaking. Why would you even go look and see that it was leaking? Like, what are you talking about? The thing, you put a hole in my roof. I'm checking to make sure stuff doesn't leak. It's leaking down in here on top of my microwave. Can you come fix it for me? And then he's like, yeah, I'll do it. And then I'm like, this dude isn't going to be able to fix it. This dude doesn't know what he's doing. And so I talked to my roofer guy about it, who I ended up being on really good terms with this roofer guy. And he's like, you should have probably had me do it in the first place. It's like, I did ask you to do it. You said you didn't want to do the handyman part inside where we'd have to run a vent. I said, this time I'll do it. I'll do like any of the vent work. I'll get it all up through this area here. You just make sure my roof isn't going to leak. And so later on, that's exactly what we did. But anyways, I call up this guy on the phone, this contractor, and I'm like, hey, like, can I get some of my money back here? Because like, you installed this wrong. You left it on a roof. He did it for so cheap though. It's like, seriously, I don't know why he said $300 to do this, and I was like, that's so low. So that should have been a red flag. But he had such good reviews that I didn't really think much of it. But anyways, I'm like, as soon as I asked him, like, hey, can I get some money back? He starts going on this rant about how he's gonna sue me for this, and that I'm a scam, that it wasn't really even leaking or something like that. Just like goes completely unhinged. And I'm like, you know what? I'd probably pay you $300 to just never talk to me again. Like, I didn't say that, but it was like, this is over $300, dude. Like, I don't think that's that big of a deal. So and I was like, well, I think I'll just drop this conversation here. He's like, and if you ever call me back or you leave a review, I'm going to sue you. I'm like, okay. That dude's unhinged. I think again, this is theory. I can't say this for sure. I don't even know if I should say this. This may have been one of 3 people that I had come out to the house and work on things that may have been on meth. So in this area, it seems like there's a lot of people that are on hard drugs, and I at least met a couple of them. I'm not sure if this guy was, but I know 2 other ones were. So anyways, little detour. There'll be some pictures there that we'll kind of skim through at some point. Oh yeah, and this is the tricky part. This is why people didn't want to take this job, is because there's a joist going through right in the middle where you would normally have a duct going through. We did get a flex pipe through there. It did work out just fine. And then I'm like, okay, probably need to start cleaning out some of this stuff, all this black stuff. So I start looking into how we clean up like some of the mold on this stuff. Oh, sorry, Apathy, I missed your question. Yes, the lake is swimmable. I have never swam in it. Later on, I did get a kayak. However, the fishing in it is really, really good. Like, my nephew comes out and he will fish and just like catch like 10 fish in a couple hours. So, and they're also edible. I've eaten them too. So pretty cool. Let's see. So just fixing up the lights. Then I come back to this mold-ridden closet. We have inside of this closet, it becomes very clear that with the underground river that's under it, this furnace is never going to be useful because there's just water running under it. So I started talking to another family friend, like, hey, you said you would collect some of my metal scrap, like my old washer and dryer. Can we throw a furnace on that too? And he's like, yeah, sure. So I end up working with him to get this thing out. It was not easy to get this out around all this gas pipe. So he was luckily a gas guy too, gas and AC guy, so he could like, detach this, kind of get it going for us so that we could then just rip it out. But between the two of us, it was a real hassle to actually get this out. And then it turned out, and again, nobody caught this, but I'm still trying to get this place up to code. I'm ripping out this giant furnace, but that reveals there's just a hidden fuse box back here that goes to this room, and clearly not up to code. It's just got wires exposed and dangling. Later on, it would turn out that this is the most dangerous, life-threatening part of any of the endeavors that I had here, because there were just a bunch of really loose wires that were live connections. So that has to be brought up to code. So just another thing that kind of gotten added on there. That's the shutoff valve. Again, more pictures of the carnage up there. I think at this point, this is where I start actually vacuuming some of this stuff out. I'm trying to be very cautious about what sort of spiders I'm seeing. Starting to get good about identifying what is a brown recluse and what is not. This is not a brown recluse, but it is kind of a cool one. That came scurrying away once we started ripping out the furnace. Better look of it, again, just like wire, loose cables coming out that had live hot connections. More walnuts, more spots of the roof that just have more and more junk. And now you see I'm actually starting to clean it up. So we start to get into some before and after. Had to go over it a couple more times to actually get this clean. But I'm just like launching my shop vac down it and then just start picking all that up. You just see parts of the drywall that I had to spray, clean, all that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, some of these connections here are just completely chewed through, have damage, that sort of thing. Let's see. Then so this is a good shot of once we started pulling up the deck so that we could get down to the roof of what was inside of the in between. We got a good shot, long view of what was in between the top story and the bottom story. And as you can tell, like the front part of it was even worse than the back where the walnuts were. Obviously, they were living closer to the front. And so this is before and after for what I did for about 25 of these, and they all looked like this. So just complete mouse madness. So this is clearly just mouse. This isn't even like squirrel stuff. The squirrels apparently were living further deep back in. By the end of it though, I mean, hey, this is clean enough I could eat off of. You know what I mean? I did a pretty good job. I didn't eat off of this, but it's getting pretty good. Meanwhile, the metal roof here, it's got to get ripped out. I'm just going through this, observing that there's just wires that have just been chewed through. Carl's doing a pretty good job of actually replacing wires as he goes, of just like, yeah, this one's completely shorted out. Let's just rip it out, get it replaced back up to code. Then you see stuff like this. And I didn't have a really good picture of this part right here, the front part of this, but it's about half a basketball size that the squirrels just ate through, and then they just gnawed through the rest of this. And then this is the back wall of what would be like the sunken room down beneath it, the concrete wall. So pretty scary, honestly, how much damage the rodents had done here. And then, again, just not great electric work. Me being paranoid about things getting into the vent, like rodents, more damage. And then down beneath this is footage of what was inside of once I took off inside that closet downstairs. When we took off some of the moldy bits, this is what was under that. The spider stuff's pretty normal, quite honestly, but sorry about the really bad camera work, but there's just like molded stuff inside of here that I eventually just ripped all that out too. We start cutting into all this, start ripping out wires, anything that was loose, start trying to clean up. Managed to get out that gigantic furnace, and then now we have just a giant chasm. I didn't expect that to be there, right? So I was like, okay, I probably need a trap door built to put over that or something. I mean, you could try to make it a floor again, but it just fills up with water, so I don't know how much we're going to be able to do about that. So a little bit before and after there. I mean, there's only so much you can do. This isn't really livable space, so it doesn't really matter, but start just getting stuff cleaned up as best we can, even in the spots that you can't see. Douse it with some mold cleaner. And then this is a door that's just like covered in mold that went onto that closet there. Meanwhile, I started asking my family, like, hey, can you guys come out and maybe make like a work day weekend about this? Also, this guy, bane of my existence, he continues to outsmart me. Like, I literally chase this guy down. Like, I'm standing here, he's right there. He's still not running away. And so we get down here. I'm assuming he's just gonna try to like get away, this groundhog. And he just stares back at me like he owns the place. And to this day, I have not gotten this guy out. I can't catch him. I can't get him out. He continues to make holes and chaos for me. But he refused to move. And so I'm not comfortable enough getting any closer to this guy to actually do anything. So anyways, we got the deck off the top of it, and as soon as we did that, an 80-mile-an-hour windstorm came in. Not normal for Illinois. We don't usually have like hurricane level stuff, and maybe that's an exaggeration, but this is like 80-mile-an-hour winds, bunch of advisory things going out. At some point, I don't know if this one's going to have volume or not, but at the end of it, there's just this gigantic thud where that whole thing just like swerves, branches coming down. It's actually useful to see at this point kind of what the setup was, though. Like, Carl had done a decent job here of like getting this like structurally sound without all the pipes that are not the pipes, but the poles that we had holding this up. He kind of had to jerry rig this so that he could get down to the roof. It's just a really complicated architecture. But during the storm, I was like, oh man, this is not good. And so water's just like pouring down onto this roof that already has holes in it. And then I find out that basically the front yard just kind of becomes this massive puddle. It luckily doesn't go into the garage from this angle because it's at this severe indent. So that's just another one of those things. You don't really know how a house is going to hold up until it starts raining. And then just like massive limbs coming down. This was the storm that poked another hole into the roof. So 2 holes within the first 3 weeks. Bad picture, but you can just see like he had started building up all the debris from stuff that he had been ripping out, taking carload after carload out. Meanwhile, the underground river starts to fill up right next to open wires. Not great. And you can kind of see this was the norm for this because it had already rusted out all up in this area. So trying to get some pictures of just like, and that's not a good picture, but of like the water that was dripping through just constantly in this area now because there's no deck above it. Everything's dripping. The sunken room is sinking. And then I also noticed that in the garage that, where the inspector had called out that we needed to clear out debris and that sort of stuff. Basically, that back wall needed to be caulked from the outside to keep any of this additional water coming through. Here's the hole that it poked. Not too bad of a hole. It wasn't like the last one where the whole limb just went through the roof, but it's enough that that's going to take in water and cause you more problems. I was like, hey, Carl, can we fix this one too? Meanwhile, I'm realizing that a lot of the plumbing around this place, just like shut-off valves, don't work. They don't actually close off. This sink ended up getting clogged in the master bathroom. The sink down in the laundry room, I was like, do we really even need this? Can we just rip it out? But it has a pipe going to it. It's not the right type of pipe that you need going. Like, you need like a P trap here to keep sewer gas from coming back up. And there's just some plumbing things that you learn once you start doing all this stuff. So basically, this pipe has to be replaced. This is clearly a rust bucket. I kind of didn't even want it. Again, I'm trying to do this all on a budget. So I'm just like, at this point, well, the budget's looking like we're going over. And it's like, do we really need a new sink? We ended up getting one that is like $100. So it wasn't that bad, but it was just another thing that had to get added on. And the new sink does look good. And I'm actually really glad that I have a sink down there just like to wash. Sometimes you just got to wash dirty stuff, and that's a good sink to do it. Anyways, there's also this barroom sink that you guessed it, it leaks down here at the gasket. So another fun thing. And then there's no shutoff valve to some of the faucets outside. When it freezes, if you don't have a shutoff valve, the pipes are just going to burst in your walls, which is, I'm pretty sure, what happened inside of the sunken room closet. So I ended up having a plumber take care of all those things for me. And he gave me like a really good deal on all the plumbing stuff. Ended up the toilets all had problems too. I thought we were going to be able to reuse them, just not the case. So 2 toilets had to get replaced too. Ended up just getting some, same one that I bought at my old house, cheap one. They do the job just fine. And then Carl starts trying to cover up all of the little holes and what's not outside, where we basically, this is facing the house where we had removed the deck. There's the sunken roof. The sunken room is beneath us. The metal roof is still there, and the sliding glass doors are above it. We're trying to get in new wood since, again, the squirrels had eaten through this before. So just closing up all that. I'm kind of skeptical about all these like little gaps, and I start talking to Carl about all this, and he's like, "No, we'll put some stuff on it, make sure that it's all leak proof and all that." And that's what he kept telling me, is we're gonna make sure that all of this is leak proof before he signs off on the job, right? And we still have like at least 6 weeks of work left, so it's like we got plenty of time to do all this. Is kind of what I'm thinking, even with the stuff that I've added on. So, and I'm paying the guy as we go. Family friend, so it seems like everything's going along just fine. Then just again, normal house stuff. This is a crappy picture, but this is the what's it called? Garbage disposal underneath the kitchen sink. That, of course, that starts leaking as well. So this one I just swapped out myself. That was the first plumbing task I took on myself at this place. It went just fine. And just trying to scope out behind this. Again, I just use my camera to try to scope out places that are hard to reach. Like that was behind the laundry room sink, just trying to get back there, figure out if there's more stuff in the shutoff valve that's sinking. It turns out that this water heater that we had them put in, it got a giant dent in the side of it. So it's like, I looked it up. A lot of people say that if your water heater gets a dent, it's going to hurt the insulation. It's going to be less effective, or it's going to leak. I haven't had any problems, so I've just left this as is, but got a pretty hefty ding in the side of it. At this point, I'm also trying to install our what's it called? Thermostat for the house, and try to get that all hooked up. It turns out that when I did get the thermostat hooked up, it worked, but whatever settings it was on, I don't know if it was the AC or what, but basically it fried apart in the AC. My AC guy had to come out, do some work on that. And then eventually we got it all, we wired it up with this like extra junction box that comes with an Ecobee. But it turns out it had all the right wires that you would need for a thermostat. Coming from here, they just weren't pulled all the way through the wall. They actually just reached back into the wall, found the little piece, pulled it out the rest of the way. And then as soon as we stopped having this little extra junction box, everything just worked fine. So AC and furnace, more or less, at this place have been pretty solid, I'd say. One less thing that I really have to worry about, besides the second furnace that I had to rip out, right? That's inside of this room, where it started leaking and there were more rot and things. And I'm at this point, like, Carl's still trying to tell me, hey, I think I can save part of this roof. And I'm like, dude, there's mold all up through this. There's animal feces all up in this. I don't want to keep any of this. Like, let's just get rid of it. And right here, you can see there's water that had started to come in from the front. Also, when Carl had started taking out the top piece of that roof, he took off the gutters too. So any water that's coming down on the metal roof is just pouring down on the foundation through these 80-mile-an-hour windstorms. So there's just water just building up at this foundation like crazy. And then it starts to come in through the doorway as well. And it turns out that at this doorway, the concrete pad outside of it was poured way too high. So any water that's getting up on this is now running over onto the like the door framing here, and then coming in through this and just pouring down through this, like underneath the step, pulling down around the water, all that sort of stuff. So it's it's pretty. There are a lot of things going wrong at this house at this point, and this is probably August. We've had this house for maybe a month or so, and this is kind of basically how the first 2 months or so are going. And then just a dead bird, but it flew. They just fly into these windows, and just because there's so much nature, there haven't been people around. Handful of birds hit the window regularly. This is what that looked like after they scratched it to clean it up. Because, like I said, I was like, I'm pretty sure this thing's leaking, and they're like, no, it's fine. You're fine, KanjiEater. Calm down. Anyways, Gore, I'll move on from that quickly, but I was carrying out these metal things out here with Carl, because Carl's trying to do all this stuff by himself. And I'm like, dude, you're probably in over your head too. Like, you should get somebody else to help you with this. He's like, no, he didn't want it to cut into his budget is what it was. But he's like, he's trying to carry these things through my house, and they're just these massive sheets of metal so that we can replace all of the metal roof that goes across this. And basically one of them, when I was helping him carry it in, just slid down, and it like went down to like the spongy white part of my skin, just like that. And I wasn't able to help him out very long, because I was like, immediately like 5 seconds getting my hands dirty. I was like, oh, I gotta go get my first aid kit. Like, liquid bandaged it up. It's a nasty scar now on my knee, but it did heal. But I was like, man, that was a deep cut. Anyways, so he's starting to, underneath this, he's put like new pieces of plywood down. He's replaced insulation where we needed it. He also even sprayed some of the mold killer stuff. I was like, if you see mold, I need you to spray it. I need us to make sure we're sealing up any mold spores that are already in there. Try to do everything the right way. Not really trying to just flip this house like a lot of people do, because I'm actually trying to live in it, right? So yeah, he's getting the pieces in for the metal roof, but he tells me, I didn't get all the right pieces, but I think I can make it work. Probably should have been a bigger red flag at that point. He's doing his thing though. I don't really sense that anything's going wrong at this point with Carl's work. However, the reality is Carl took on another job besides mine, even though that he said he was going to work it until the end of September. So that was supposed to give us about 3 solid months of him working on this exclusively, was the idea, or at least enough to finish the job, right? So one day he starts telling me, I need more money. I need more money right now. It's like, I'm not going to give you more money right now. Like, that's not how this works. And he's like, if you don't give me more money right now, I'm going to walk out, and I have to take another job immediately. And that's what it actually was. He's like, I only have until this time. And he's like, I'm going to be quitting at this point. And I was like, what do you mean you're quitting? Like, the deck isn't done that I'm paying you for. Like, all this stuff just isn't done. So like, what are we going to do about that? And he's like, I'm just going to figure out how to get it all done. And he's like, in 2 weeks, you're not going to be able to get all of this done. It's like in this state right now. He's like, I'm going to get all this done in 2 weeks, a new deck on top of it, fixing the electric stuff that I agreed to and paid for. Like, so all of a sudden I'm like, this guy's been a family friend for forever. He's done all of this stuff like for my family. Like, this is a really weird, like curveball that I wasn't really expecting at this point. So I was like, let's consider like trying to like finish all the work, make sure that we get it all done right. But then he starts getting really pushy about the money, because he's trying to collect all of it before it's done, so he could just move on to the next job and then maybe come back and fix it at some point. I don't want to put it past him. He wasn't an evil guy, but it became very clear that he felt like he was under time pressure because he took on another job right after this one. And so that had very serious consequences to the work that comes from after this, because he told me he was going to leak test this thoroughly because we're putting on a new roof. But in fact, it turns out right here in this area over here, which it's a little bit, right here, there was an old roof that he was still trying to keep using without having to replace that part. Again, I had thought he was replacing all of the roof because all of it was bad. He assured me this part was good. However, the challenge with this, again, architecture, it's very unusual. I will give anybody credit. This is not something we should have probably reproduced, but we were reproducing the original 70s architecture here. Basically, when two metal roofs end up meeting at each other, there's not a good way to get the water securely from over here all the way down off of this deck, right? So there's like a lip here to make sure that water kind of flows to the left off of the deck. But then there's this fireplace here that has a closet underneath it. So it's just not a good situation to get to stay watertight, right? Like completely waterproof. And so this was one of the first spots that he told me he got it waterproofed. I then went down, and at this point he did hire somebody else because he's like, I'm under a time pressure. He hired like some kid that he knew to help him out with it. And so I asked him, I was like, hey, did you get everything, like all the water sealed up when you water test it? Because now he's put on the new roof and everything. And he's like, yeah, I did. And then I go ask the helper too. And he's like, yeah, he's fixing this water part. So he starts to kind of stretch the truth a bit. He might have thought that he fixed it. But then, so the next day, I go out there with a hose. Because I'm like, at this point, we had an altercation where it was like, he was demanding more money. I was like, no, because you're not going to finish it in time, so I'm not going to pay you anymore. And he's like, I'm going to walk out if you do that. I was like, look, you signed up for this timeline. You need to work the job like the entire way, or else I'm not paying you. And he's eventually, he's not a real pushy guy. So it was like, eventually he was like, okay, fine. Like, let's figure out, maybe I'll delay the other work and I'll finish it. And I was like, that would be very good for both me and my future business with my family. Because like, again, I only dropped the family line once, but it was like, you've been a family friend for a while. I would hate for this to sour. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a good look. And so he tells me he's got it waterproof. I go up there with a hose, immediately make it leak. And so he shows up the next day, and I'm like, you told me that this was going to be fixed, and it's not. He starts putting, like, around this time as well, once he started rushing stuff, he started putting on the deck stuff before he had actually waterproofed it. So he's already ready to start putting on like a deck. And I'm like, no, you have to stop the work. You have to make sure that this is completely waterproof before we actually move on with any further work. And so this was without a doubt the most stressful time of the entire project, because I'm like, I don't think he's going to finish. I think he's going to stop in the middle of it. I don't have time. Like, I'm still working my full-time job. I don't have time to be a full-time renovator. I start calling other people up. There's just a labor shortage where I can't get anybody to do anything for 6 weeks. This is an extremely complex job, what he's working on here. So it's just like, this is kind of a complete disaster at this point. So anyways, he does manage to fix the leak over here in this leftmost area. The roof goes on. I'm like, hey, it does look pretty nice. I've never installed a metal roof. I don't know what to look for. I assume he's doing it right. Turns out that was probably a bad assumption. Turns out I should have just hired, retrospect, I should have just hired a roofer to do this thing. I should have hired separate people to do it. That would have gone a lot better for me. Like, yeah, obviously there's deck work, carpentry that has to happen alongside of this. But in retrospect, I should have just had somebody else do the roof work. Meanwhile, I've got him up there working on that. He's now working on a weekend for me. I got my parents coming over helping just to do the basic lawn work stuff. They're super helpful. Free labor, can't complain. I did complain a little bit because my mom decided to like start ripping up the brick in the back here once she found it, and that just ended up puddling, which was a really bad deal. But my wife, those two helped me out a ton. The storms keep coming. They don't stop coming. Basically, Carl, in his infinite wisdom, took off the downspout here, and it was just launching back towards the house with that arc of water. So I just throw down a bucket to just like kind of deflect it from rolling back towards the house, where it hadn't really been waterproofed at that point. We're just getting like massive rainstorms like that all the time. And the consequences of that are, as you would expect, a bunch of water in the basement, in that sunken room area. Carl's got all his stuff. It's getting wet. Here's that giant fan that I bought to kind of do the mold remediation. You can't keep an area like this remediated from mold because it's just got, again, you have to take out one of the three things that mold needs, and one of them being a water source, and we just got water literally pouring into this. I will point out that Carl, in his rush, I had paid him also to replace the step here, and because he was in a rush, like, it's like even though none of this other stuff was fixed, he put down this step, and now the step is, you know, getting mold on it and stuff too. Now that it's down there, the old step again had like a squirrel hole in it, if you remember that picture. Again, water coming in at all sides. There's no gutter to get the water off. It's pooling at the foundation. So here's the next day. The metal roof is just sitting right exactly where that giant puddle is at in the deck there. I start digging out this area here to get it to drain, just so that it'll go down the hill. Reality is, I really need to get some sort of like catch basin here, have it deflect the water down so that this owl actually drains. Talk to somebody about how much that would cost. Take a wild guess. $10,000. There's so many projects that I ask people about, and the answer I just keep getting on stuff is $10,000. So, I keep not taking those ones on. If somebody tells me $10,000, I don't do it. I already learned how to do it myself. So, more carnage from storms. Like, that luckily didn't hit my roof, but that literally could kill you. That was like a couple inches deep into the ground. Sharp, nasty. That's bad. Meanwhile, I'm finally like, I got to clean this out because this area over here was the spot that started leaking. So just trying to start clearing out some of the debris, finding more spots that are just rotten all around this place. More free labor. They're uncovering more stuff. They're like, hey, we didn't even know we had this patio. You know, finally starting to see the full concrete slab over there. A lot of work. A lot of outside work. And this was, you know, what was there originally, like just a shed tipped over, and then we basically got it cleared out to this point. A lot of wheelbarrows full of stuff. And then the next day, so like my parents did that on a Saturday. I'm out there like the next Sunday, the ground's wet. I just start digging out stuff. And this is pretty labor intensive, right? Trenching out work, but that was, and my wife was a champion. She even helped me out on this day because I'm like, we got water pouring in from over here. Like, we have to do something about this. Like, ooh, good face, KanjiEater. And then I start planning for the next week. I'm like, hey, my sister and brother-in-law, can you all come out and help me with this situation? It's just like a jungle now. Like, what started in early April has now grown up in the heat of the summer. Everything's just going wild, right? And we have like this bamboo forest over here as well that's like slowly encroaching, stuff growing through the deck. So all this stuff, and this pool that is still, I haven't even taken off the cover for it. Truth be told, this is like, I'm now like a year and a half into living here, and I still haven't taken off that pool cover. There still could be dead bodies inside of there. But I did figure out how to clean it off. And it does look a million times better once it's cleaned off. So the key here, my parents, again, I originally had told you I had tasked my mom with being in charge of the pool. She got a bid for how much it would take to get the pool running again. Not $10,000, $50,000. So I said, nope, this will never be a pool. I will turn this into a pond. I figured out you can turn pools into ponds. And first off, that's way more my speed anyway. Second off, it's way less maintenance. So it's just like, all in all, yes, definitely 100%. This is no longer will ever be a pool. It will be a pond. But in the meantime, my mom was trying to help like clean it off. She was just like throwing a bucket with a cable and just like pulling it in like bucket by bucket to get all the water off. No, that's actually not how you're supposed to do it. Quick Google search. You just tighten all these things around it, and then the water just, it lets water through it. So the water just goes underneath it, and then just took a brush over the top of it, pool brush, wiped it off, good as new. There are some later pictures that I thought I was going to have to get like a new pool cover or something because it looked like this, but no, it cleaned up really good. It looks really good on the pool. It's a custom one too, just because of the shape of the pool. I think somebody told me it would be like a couple $1,000 to get a custom pool cover like this. I know nothing about pools still to this day, so wouldn't know if that's true or not. Anyways, tasked my brother-in-law with fixing all of my fences because it is required that you have fences or a fence around your pool. So there's like 4 different fences, including this one down here that had fallen into the water. Now, when I had the inspector come out, I don't remember if at this point I had the inspector come out who approved that I could live in the house. Probably not at this point, honestly. Yeah, because I'm getting the fences fixed. So when the inspector did come out, though, he told me that if this spot down here is open to the lake, it still has to be closed. Like, I have to have a fence around the lake just in case somebody's decided to snorkel across the lake, come into my yard, then drown in my pool. That would be an issue, apparently. So it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, the lake doesn't have a fence around it, but my pool does have to have a fence around it. Okay, whatever. It's a weird thing, but just a minor gripe there. Okay, so fence is out the wazoo. That was that spot that I said, man, you guys should not have pulled that up. Now we got just more water down by the foundation. It's gonna sink into that underground river that we have where the vents are because of the 70s architecture that allows for vents inside of the home. I'm like, I got to start getting some drainage solutions. I start looking into like in-home like water basement solutions because at this point I'm like, I'm probably going to have to fix some stuff on the exterior, like for drainage. I'm probably going to have to do an in-house like water basement solution. So I start just having contractor after contractor come out here. I start getting the things measured out so that we can actually dig appropriately. That's what all the spray paint was in the yard. Down around this area, I'm concerned about like the grading being so high and letting stuff in, rightfully so. This would actually turn out to be a really big issue. This side yard over here, Carl's just got all his debris that he's throwing from the top here down. We've got siding that's underneath this dirt here that's just completely rotten that you can't even see yet. Uncovering animal skulls, that's pretty normal. Inside of those vents, inside that sunken room, just again, more pooling water. It's starting to build up. It's starting to get a little high. That's starting to make me a little bit uneasy. And then I'm just like doing like normal tree trimming. Got an army full of people. Had some like my parents' friends come over and they just started like group of women that my mom's known for forever just came over, helped my wife paint like that really big sunken room. Ended up getting a properly installed electric box on this, which was great news. Let's see. We've got just more piles of debris, just metal shavings and stuff from the roof that we'd ripped out. I started doing like grading by hand. So wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow, just digging it up in places it didn't belong, trying to get the water to flow this way, away from the house instead of towards the house, which is kind of how it was indented before. All those sorts of things. I knew I was going to have to do some of that, but it ended up all being a lot of work. And then I'm trying to dig this away a little bit, and you can just see how high it was. It was at this dirt line, and I'm just trying to get it all dug away. This video actually ended up being really satisfying because if you remember when I was trenching out at my back door to get all the water moving away, I still don't have gutters at this point, so water's just pouring down at the foundation. But at least I've graded it away so that as this water is just pounding down here, it eventually just keeps making its way down, keep flowing down, and then eventually goes down the hill, which is really what I want it to do, right? Got to kind of just work with the land, work with the water, just to get it moving away as much as possible. And then this is the next day after that, and you just see it's just a river of water just flowing through this area. A bunch of debris and whatnot that my parents and wife had ripped out. And then this happens. And this was, again, it's like at this point, we're probably like 2 months in. Morale is not particularly high amongst the troops at this point, is what I would say. So this is summer of 2023. So this, to me, looks a lot like hydrostatic pressure. So this is in the laundry room, opposite side of the sunken room where a lot of that water and issues had been. And so basically what this signaled to me was the entire outside of the house is also going to have water issues. So I will have to probably trench out the entire French drain, maybe like around, put pipes down to French drain and get water moving away. because water is basically going down into the dirt and then coming back up through the concrete, through the pressure, where the flooring of the concrete slab and the walls meet. And so this was like, it was one of those projects I didn't expect to have to take on because there wasn't any real evidence. My inspector even said this when he was looking at it. He's like, there's no evidence that this place has had like basement flooding. You would see some telltale signs around the wall, like rot and that sort of thing. I will go ahead and spoil this mystery. Turns out, so I had a bunch of people come out. I had a bunch of, again, $10,000 to $20,000 quotes for all these things that people could do inside the house to kind of get it taken care of. A couple of really good contractors did tell me, just fix it on the outside first. You already cleaned out your gutters. You don't have gutters on your back wall. Make sure your downspouts where the stuff is draining away is actually carrying the water away because they were all clogged. So I ended up hiring a sewage company to come out. I think I gave them like $500. And I went out there with them and we just fed these really long like rods that spin down through all of my drainage pipes from my gutters. And there's like 8 of them or something. And just made sure that all of them were draining as much as they could. At least one of them leaked. At least one of them with the sewage guys were just like digging with shovels and we just like rip out one of them. And so that one's like a little bit shorter on my hill now. But basically, yeah, had to clean out all of those. And that ended up fixing any sort of like water issues around the house. So I have not, to this day, actually had real hydrostatic pressure because it turns out this, and I didn't know this till much later, this is actually, my wife spilled some water. I guess she didn't tell me or something. But we had a lot of water, and I guess like with the laundry or something, there was some water that got spilled. It happened to be on a really rainy day, and the water was actually from over here, and it just went back towards the wall. So, and I managed to reproduce this later. I was like, wait a minute, could it be that we actually don't get water from here? And I poured out a glass of water like right here, and it did exactly the same thing where it goes against the wall, and looks like it's coming in from the back wall, but it's not. So, and it makes sense because if you put it up a level to this, like it's going down towards the wall. So, okay. Like, and then I saw this as well, which I thought it was coming up from the drain. I think this was just like we had spilled water in that and it had gone down towards the drain and it had spilled from over here to over here. I don't think it was coming up through it. I could be wrong. That might bite me someday. But I've been here a year and a half. I've had worse rain, actually, than these storms now. And it did not come up through there at all, which gives me a little bit of confidence. Again, just finding weird things on the wood. This ended up just being sap. I thought it might be mold or something. You don't know. When I got the house, there were just holes in it like this, also in the siding. There's one up here, too. If you've been on my Discord over the last week, I think on Halloween, I posted that I found a bat like up here. So that was a new like critter encounter that I haven't had before. And he actually crawled behind this wood here. So he's actually on this side, but same idea. So I was like, I think this was a squirrel, but then there's poop out here. So it makes me think that it was some sort of bird or something that started using it. But this is a really big hole for a bird. This one's probably was like a woodpecker or something like that. It's really high up. This is 2 stories up here. This is 3 stories up here because this is above the roof. So I actually eventually just got somebody who was doing some other work with me. I was like, hey, you have a ladder high enough to get here? Can you just go fix this? And he did. So that was really nice that we got the holes up top fixed. But at some point I might actually have to go up there and make sure that there's not a bat nest that's up inside of this wall behind here, because the bat went up into the metal and then behind the wood. So I don't know, like there's masonry on the other side of this. So I don't know if there's like a bat nest in here or what, but that's what's going on. Anyways, so on the other side of that door from the bedroom, and this on the other side of this is that sunken room closet, there is power line, gas line that come through the ground here. This was the most dangerous thing that happened because there was that fuse box. I don't know if rodents, it was probably rodents, had chewed through the wires that were through here. And before we had this cardboard here, there's actually just an open hole in this. And there are 2 open holes. And I was like, I don't want any more rodents in here. I'm going to put steel wool inside of here. So I have a glove on. I have steel wool in my hand. I have a screwdriver to kind of jab it in there. I take the steel wool. I put it in the wall like I've done plenty of times to mouse-proof other stuff. I mouse-proofed my place in Chicago. Steel wool works really good against rodents. Put it in there, and it ignites instantly and explodes in my hand. And my glove is like a cartoon character. Like, it's just like gone. It's just burnt away. And I ended up burning my hand like just a little bit. I didn't actually know how bad it was going to be. But because there was wires, there was a 240 volt live wire down in the, coming through this, going to that junction box. 240 volts, if you get shocked by that, will kill you. Or at least it can do like some serious nerve damage and that sort of thing. 120 volts is normally what goes into outlets, it turns out. If you get shocked by that, you'll probably be okay. But 240 volts, you definitely going away injured. Luckily, because the steel wool ignited, like I didn't know whether I got shocked or not, quite honestly. And I was in mental shock as well when it happened because it exploded in my face. But when that happened and it burned off my glove, I was like, did that actually shock me? It feels weird right here, but it turned out it was just a burn. And I didn't actually I know what a shock feels like now. And that's not what a shock feels like. So it really just exploded, and that was for the best. But because of the live wires here, my handyman Carl did end up just putting that in front of this to make sure that no rodents got in, but also nobody got electrocuted. So that was helpful. Meanwhile, I did get all the wall off of this. There's still all this stuff. I'm still like debating, like, do I just put up another wall? But also there's this brick behind it. What if I just rip all this out and put it? I've got one dude who's telling me, oh no, this is structural here. Like if you take this out, your ceiling is going to collapse. Not true, or at least it hasn't now, because spoiler alert, I took all those out and we ended up just painting this. I put a bunch of tape up here to kind of seal off the smell, because at this point, I'm not sure whether I'm going to have to rip out the entire ceiling or not, okay? Because it's just a complete mess up in that roof still, and there's just so much smell coming through it. So I'm like going up there on a daily basis with like Odoban, like an odor remover, and just dousing like the ceiling, trying to like get rid of the smell, seal it in, be done with it. But yeah, anywhere where the ceiling is open had that really strong smell. And yeah, a lot of places where the ceiling was open. So ended up, this is in the bedroom as well. So the sunken room connects to the bedroom, and originally, let's see, we have, yeah, here we go. This originally was an additional wall. So originally, the sunken room went out to the pool. So all this is the same roof. So when the sunken room had a leak on the other side over here, all of this area is still contaminated too, and it had to get all ripped out too. Meanwhile, we ripped out the furnace, so the intake vent here is completely useless, and there's just all sorts of feces and stuff in that too. So also started, Carl and I basically made a deal to close things out where I'm like, you have until this time, you said, every job that I have, I will itemize and we'll pay you as you go for that. And he ended up being really happy with that. And it actually worked out for the best for both of us. Didn't end up having to burn the bridge. And so he's basically fixing this area up, which I kind of tacked on at some point and managed to get a pretty good deal on it, quite honestly, to replace all of this with like wood, rerun, fix. At this point, we still don't have electricity in every room. So like lights don't work and stuff. So he's ripping that out, putting stuff back up. He's still working on this too. I'm also I'm helping out in any way I can, ripping out stuff. Again, this is kind of a snapshot of what the closet looks like at this point. We're starting to make progress. So at this point, I've had my my gas guy come out and he reran this gas copper wire. Same guy who helped me rip out the furnace here. And I mean, we'll see some shots of what it looks like, but he kind of like left weird stuff here. Like he just used the parts that he had. So like there's just like a weird dong hanging off here. It's like, why do we not just have like a straight thing going here? But whatever, it's a nitpick. And then we still have some wires that are just dangling going nowhere. So we got to get that fixed up too. But we're starting to make progress in this area. The mold's been ripped out. We're getting there. This all needs to be basically patched up, which Carl was able to do. I started finding muskrats in the lake, which is kind of cool, actually. They're just like beavers, but without the beaver tail. Let's see. So yeah, just more of those wires that were hot dangling down. That's the thing that shocked me. Not great. Or I guess it didn't shock me that exploded the steel wool in front of me. This is still just leaking like crazy, and I'm starting to try to figure out, like, how are we going to actually deal with this thing, make it so that it doesn't leak anymore. Let's see. So this ended up being one of the next most painful spots. I didn't realize it. We'll get to it why this is so bad, but basically I tried to seal this up as best as I could so that water wouldn't be leaking down. But you can see, like, this has just had a chronic issue with water leaking around this, down this, behind this step. So I'm like, I got to do something about this. This door isn't sealed up right. I try to caulk it. It's not making a dent. People start telling me, you probably should just remove the concrete pad right here. Get a, what is it, a jackhammer or a sledgehammer. Just start knocking it out. Easier said than done, because it turns out there's rebar through this for some reason, which made it impossible to remove, but we'll get to it. Getting ahead of myself. Okay, so Carl tells me I've got it all water tested. I test it over here and it's not leaking anymore. I spray it a bit over here and he says, yep, we got it all water tested. We're good to go. Perfect. I say, go ahead, put the deck up. I think we're in good shape now. And so we put the entire deck on. And I gotta say, at this point, is like, it looks pretty good. You know what I mean? And it's like, new deck's up. It makes a world of a difference. You can finally walk out onto something that's not just a metal roof. It's like, this is great. I start going up on the roof, got a pole chainsaw, and I'm trying to cut these back to keep the animals off the roof more, right? I would say, so most dangerous thing I did was just messing around with the electricity with the, like, 240 volts, getting that to explode in my hand. Next most dangerous thing, being on the roof with a pole chainsaw. I said, I probably won't do this one again, just because these are like, it extends out like twice this length, and then it basically, it makes you really off balance. Also, this one's corded, so it's just a bad combination all around, because you're wobbling around trying to move a stick that has a chainsaw on the end of it, trying to chop things down over here, and then you don't know where it's going to fall. So if it falls, you might lose your balance on the roof. So really, if you're going to do this, you got to have a harness. And then you also have this crashing down onto your roof, which can put holes in it and stuff. So I said, if I ever, I probably won't do this one again. This is one of the things that I took on myself that I was like, I can probably use a pole chainsaw, just chop some stuff down. Probably won't do this one again. If I'm on the ground, if I'm on even a ladder, I'm not supposed to be on a ladder, but even if I'm on a ladder, I can probably handle it. On a roof, it was not fun. So I did trim this all way back, made some more room, got some of the mess out of the way, trimmed all those trees back those were looming over in that last picture, right? So got all those cut back pretty good. Kind of just chopped them off at the top. They don't look real great, and now they're basically dying because they don't get enough sun down where they're at. So don't know what the long-term plan is there, but at any rate, I was still trying to fit in as much immersion as possible. Started reading Kikokugai. This one was really difficult. It was really fun though. Read it, of course, is 4x3 so read it on my little Sony Trinitron PC monitor. That was a fun one. But anyways, there's, trying to do like normal life stuff, normal immersion stuff, while also doing all of this is a large undertaking, if I haven't already made that clear. So then down beneath, we got the mold out from all this area down here. Ended up not going with the tongue and groove wood stuff that was originally here. I would have loved it if we could have kept it. Would have loved it if we could have put it in. Unfortunately, wood has gotten very, very expensive. So I was like, don't really want to 3x the price of what we originally agreed on for the roof part of it, or sorry, for the ceiling part of it. So I was like, let's just put up drywall. I did have somebody advise me, you know, you probably just want to keep that open. That way you can see what's leaking beneath it. But it's like, if there's like any issues with the roof above it, since it's new construction. And I'm like, I just kind of want to get it done. We both leak tested it at this point. I think we're good. So we get that up. It's going along. Carl's telling me, hey, I'm running out of time here. I still got to put up all this drywall here. I'm supposed to put in canned lighting here. He's like, can I just put in LED lighting? I'm like, it's not the same, like, but fine. Like, let's just do LED lighting. So that's what we ended up going with for those. Meanwhile, I still haven't actually gotten that contractor that I mentioned to make a duct that goes outside of the microwave vent thing. So I start trying to figure out how to do it myself. I start trying to convince my roofer to do it. Anyways, he tells me no, and that's why I end up going with that other guy who threatened to sue me because for the $300 project that he installed not to code and also that leaked. Anyways, found more spots that I had to keep cleaning out in the roof. That's just an ongoing thing that I had to just multiple days start trying to work on all the gas things, right? Like get some gas running into this, burn out the spider webs in it. This thing's actually really awesome. This is up in that main living room. I actually really like this. Again, this was the work that, again, family friend ended up doing for me on this. Just like a random piece that he just kind of like soldered close. So it does work. It is like this now. It's better than coming out this way and then to the right like it was originally around the furnace. There have been no gas leaks reported to the gas company since I've been here. So it's all seems to be working. Meanwhile, it's just a mess, like trying to get all the drywall back in, all that sort of thing. I hire somebody to do this job. This was we're getting close to the point where I'm like, I can't trust contractors anymore, but we haven't gotten to this breaking point yet. If my wife has made it this far, I mean, we're almost at the 3-hour mark here. If my wife makes it this far, she's about to find out something she doesn't know about the house yet. So, and if you DM or post this to my wife in Discord, I'm gonna block and ban you immediately. She has to find this on her own, so nobody tell her this. But I didn't tell her this because I didn't want to freak her out in the new house that we had bought. I hired somebody to replace this piece here, this piece of siding, because it's obviously rotten and it's got some issues. The guy that I hired to do it, family friend, he broke his back. And so that was out of the question. He couldn't come do it. So I was like, whatever, got to get somebody else to do it. I asked my roofer, like, if he's got any recommendations for carpenters that can help with this. And because at this point, still haven't bought any tools. This is still first 3 months of getting the place. I'm still just trying to get this place so I can move into it. He gives me somebody's number that he went and learned carpentry with. And so I text that guy, and that guy says, I got a broken leg. A lot of contractors that are hurt out there, apparently. So he's like, I got a broken leg, but I know a guy. So now we're at friend of a friend of a friend, right? And so I have that guy come out, and there were some weird things going on with the contract on that one. So it was like, hey, like I need you to buy me the materials, and then I'll come show up with them. Usually, like they would just get the materials and then bill me at the end, right? Like I've worked with contractors enough; that's the normal thing. But he's like, no, buy it off Home Depot, and then send it over at this one, and I'll pick it up and then bring it over. Like, okay, no big deal, whatever. And he tells me he's having like a bunch of car problems. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it out there, but I'm going to try. I'm going to figure out a way to get out there on this Monday and get out there because I know you got that inspection coming, and I want to get over there. Like, perfect. Like, I appreciate it. I know, like, I totally get it. Bad car stuff can happen. I get it. The dude pulls up with his friend, and I see the truck that he's riding in. I had gotten a little bit of education about this when I did my YouTube deep dive on the mold community. And the guy who did a really good talk about mold that made me not so scared of it also was a lawyer who apparently he had pursued like some meth addict, like damage stuff at some point. And there was just like a couple of videos of him like going through this like I don't know what they call them, like meth den, meth houses, and just going through it, and it basically like making the observation that people on meth love to draw. They just love to draw on walls and stuff. And so this guy with his beloved truck rolls up, and he's got like little scribbles of like the Joker on it and like stuff like that, as well as his like personal private brand landscaping like thing with his name on it, that sort of thing. And it's just like, oh boy, like this is interesting. He's got scribbles all over his truck. He comes out, and at this point I've seen like two other people, that at least one other guy who came like to do a contract, that like he came to do a bid, and he had like dilated pupils, and I was like, this guy's high as a kite. Like I know what people on meth kind of look like, and they're missing a lot of teeth, and that's exactly what this dude was. And so I show him where the area is. I'm like, okay, you can fix this right here, right? Like this is what we agreed to. And he's like, yeah. At this point, I was like, I don't want to turn him away. He already knows where I live. And he's like looking around. He's like, ooh, nice place you got here, man. Like in general, you don't want people that do meth around you, because they turn out to be generally, and this guy might be turning a new leaf. I don't want to be too judgmental, but they turn out to be highly associated with crime, like robbery and stuff. So it's just like, it's like a really uncomfortable vibe knowing that like seeing this guy and being like, is this guy like a meth head? So anyways, I Googled the guy's name, and I immediately find a police report with him from 6 months ago where he was dealing meth. So I was like, oh, this is exactly, he looks exactly like the stereotype. Okay, like that's exactly what it was. I was like, wow, pretty nuts. Thank you for the architectural and design insight in chat. Yeah, I might have to hit up some more people in the future. I've gotten somewhat handy myself since these initial things, and we'll get to it. This is, like I said, there's a lot to cover in this stream, so I probably ought to keep it moving. So anyways, the guy does come out. He replaces this. I probably have a picture of it later on. He ends up painting it for me. He ends up having to come back another day, and I was like, please, just don't come back. I didn't say it, but I was like, I just want to get this guy out of here. But he goofed at least like one thing where he had to come back, and then he started driving away, and he messed up like this what's it called, spigot here. So like it was like leaking inside. So he came back and he fixed that. So it's just like, overall, like my interaction with the guy was just fine. He was like asking if he could do more work, and I was like, we'll see. I was like, no, I'd rather, like, I don't know how you're not in prison right now. You got busted for dealing meth six months ago, like Breaking Bad vibes. Anyways, so this room's starting to shape up now. We don't have leaks. We don't have moldy roofs. It's coming along. Covered in dust though. Got to fix that. So start cleaning all this out. Start moving on to fixing up like more of this bar room. This is kind of what it looks like from this side. And it's kind of blurry here, but you can just see where stuff is poured in. I'm acknowledging that, yeah, I gotta do something about that at some point. We've now ripped off this like mirror wall that was here, and lo and behold, there's another one of these brick. It's not real brick. It's like concrete pressed brick across this entire back wall. And honestly, it looks really good. So it's like, just leave that. Like, let it be. For some reason, one of the LEDs in that was blue. Also, like, I guess this is the first time that I'm showing, like, this is the final work that Carl put in. It looks pretty good. I'd say it probably would look better if we had like a gloss stain on top of this instead of like the matte black. But that's like nitpicks. Like, this is worlds better. It's closed up. There's no squirrels on it. We got like an actual wood finish instead of the weird like cloth thing that we had before. All the bar part is still just original. That just came with the house, but it's starting to shape up. And then those vents that go to the underwater river that I've talked about. No, I did not buy Walter White's house. I just happened to live in Walter White's neighborhood where the meth heads are, apparently. I think the St. Louis just has a problem with that. And I didn't realize that till one of my coworkers was making fun of me for living. I grew up in this area, and I never was around those sorts of people, quite honestly. People that did like hard drugs. So, don't know. Anyways, this is the underwater river that I'm now starting to seal off. I consulted with many people about this, and the consensus was put a bunch of spray foam in it with something to like some cardboard or something to like see, like just give you something to grip onto. That way you don't have to pour a bunch of concrete down and fill up the entire vent beneath. And because it's like a full vent and duct down through it, through the concrete slab. So I'm like, I just fill it up with spray foam, and then I put like some concrete over the top of it. It wasn't my best move. I'll just say, like, it wasn't my best move. Like, we'll get to it. It ends up, it's okay now. That's what I'll say. But putting concrete on top of something that, again, I didn't know much at this point about construction in general, but putting concrete on top of something that expands at a different rate, especially when water could potentially be underneath it, is going to lead to this cracking like relatively quickly, probably. So not the best idea, but at least we start like sealing it off. That way, like the humidity that's underneath inside of that underground river duct wouldn't be coming up into the house, into that area, contributing to humidity, contributing to mold. So anyways, at least a couple peaceful moments. Like, yeah, deck's starting to look good. Didn't want to stain it right away just so that had time to do other projects, but also let the wood dry out. It was new wood. Started finding, more spiders. That's just what's that? A wolf spider. These were my fear back in Chicago. Wolf spiders. They're like big. They can bite you. They're not nice. Much prefer these to the brown recluse problem that I've mentioned that we have now. Also, these eat brown recluses. So to some degree, I've started to look on them a little bit more positively. But in general, he was just hanging out chilling. You can see his little eyeball reflecting there. So at that point, I think I'm still like keeping like wolf spiders alive in the house. At this point, I just kill all the bugs because any bugs are bad bugs in my house at this point. Did get all of the wood around this all ripped out. So we did also put up the frame around this. This was another thing that I had another guy doing a job for me. I was like, hey, Bill, he said he'd bill me by the hour and just put something around it to kind of frame this into it, because before it was drywall, right? I was like, do I just put drywall in front of it? No, I don't really want to, because it's got this brick in front of it. But also, like, when it's like this, it looks kind of disgusting, right? It looked like there had been some sort of leakage here, but really this was probably, talking to like basement waterproofing people, they said this is probably just like construction residue, like stuff, like not residue, but like at the time of construction, before they actually had a roof over the house, it probably had water over it or something at some point and got like dirt that drained down it. I haven't really had any water problems here, but it looks really gruesome like this until we get it painted. Which again, all of this will be in like a compact version in Imager at the end that just has like before and after pictures, so people don't have to sit through 3 hours of me like doing the deep dive on it. But if you are hanging out with me like along for the ride, I do appreciate it. I at least obviously think it's kind of interesting going through all of the nonsense that kind of happened in this short period of time at this house. So I got that same guy who did that part to also just like make like a little cardboard, not plywood, what is it, like a trap door, and we put metal on the bottom of it and it sits in there really snugly. So if any water is like evaporating up, it just hits the metal on it, and then it basically just stays down there, right? It's not going to come back out into the main living area. So just keeping water and humidity low. And then we got like that little trap, access panel to the shutoff valve. The closet's honestly starting to shape up, right? It's such a small thing, like this one closet, but there was so much work that had to be done with this. Rerouting the pipe, figuring out what to do around this giant trunk that we have here. Not to mention things leaked in it, like just all sorts of craziness. And this is the fireplace next to it. Figure out that I can get that working. Open up this, can get, the fireplace is basically in decent working order. Had a family friend come over that happened to work on chimneys a bit, and he looked through this and was like, he's kind of have some shady mortar job like in here where it's like, it's just like old, probably needs to be serviced, but probably is usable. I don't use this fireplace at all. So It's just kind of like that. Getting ready for the inspection, though, I start having to make sure that all of these are wired up, all the outlets. We did finally get that, the guy who eventually wanted to sue me to put in this like microwave, and he told me it exhausted outside. We'll get to that. But yeah, ended up having to get, all new appliances. Unfortunately, just getting even the appliances in here was a real pain in the butt. Like, I had them redeliver the same broken dryer twice. This fridge failed, like it started dripping from the front here. So just a lot of problems early on with appliances as well. Not to mention it was impossible to get somebody to actually work with me on that microwave part. Okay, summoned the troops to free labor to, paint all of this. Family, friends, and my wife painting everything. Now this looking pretty good at this point, right? Now I got all the mold out, got the new toilet in there. I should address this. There's this black spot here, and it is like, what would leak here? I was talking to a contractor about it. It's like, he's like, nothing would leak there. And I was like, we had squirrels here. It's like, what's a squirrel gonna leak? And I was like, a squirrel's gonna leak when a squirrel's gotta take a leak. Like, this is like a squirrel had peed here so much that it went through. So basically we had to fix that too later on, which it looks better in later pictures. But yeah, it really stank in there because of everything that was above it. Losing my voice. Okay, so then this was another spot where the doorbell apparently had a live connection to it. It had this off. Apparently when Carl was going around and fixing all of the other electric bits, he left this open. And then at some point that basically almost shocked me as well. Because I went to go fix it. I thought it was dead. I did not test it appropriately, which is pretty brain dead considering the last thing that happened to me. So that was also another dangerous spot. It shorted out, luckily, and then wasn't an issue. Ended up just fixing that, putting an outlet on it, which is apparently you're not supposed to do. Like, I probably shouldn't have done it this way, but it was supposed to be just a normal doorbell, and I didn't realize it. I put an outlet on it, and now I just have my dehumidifier hooked it up into it. It's a convenient spot to plug it in, so it's like, it works. Mrs. K at this point, this is how we live in. It's funny. She actually will be face revealed in this. She told me originally she didn't want to have a face reveal till the Offkai in December in Japan, which, spoiler alert, that's coming. First live Deep Weeb probably in early January this year. She originally told me, like, yeah, I don't want to be face, like, have my face on there. So very Japanese of her, even though she's not Japanese. But anyways, so this is her chilling. This is basically how we're living at this point. And just me fixing up stuff as we go. Trying to get all of these to a point where we can, the guy will sign off on it. He told me that basically because we don't have floors here, you have to have the GMF, whatever it is, I forget, GFCI connection here on any of these. And that it really isn't necessarily in a strict sense, but it does make it a little bit safer in areas where there's water, basically. So I had to get really familiar with the electrical to do all those. And I did, I don't know, about 8 of them or so around the house in different areas that we had to do them. And again, this is the new pipe they put in, dehumidifier. It's constantly dripping down there to the new water heater there. He also told me you have to make sure that this is fireproof. So you have to put a piece of drywall over the top of it, over the top of the attic access door, which is kind of a weird thing. Like, I really don't like that I had to do this because now it just kind of like sags a little bit more because it's now got more weight than the spring originally was intended for it. But that's what the guy said I needed to do to get it in, like, signed off on. And he's like, I'll sign off on it, but you have to send me a picture of you doing this today. So like, okay, fine, I'll do it. So I put some magnets up there to try to get it like tight, and it only kind of worked. I'll probably just put like some like sealer around it, like some sort of like weather stripping or something to make sure that it just seals up. But that's that still needs to be painted, but at least it's sanded down. Deck looking good at this point. At this point, it's like, okay, a major weight is lifted because this part is now done. I don't have to deal with Carl anymore, who we got pretty frustrated with each other at the end because he decided to take on another job, but we ended things on a decent terms, you know what I mean? Start trying to play around, maybe to get a little bit of Persona Q, which is a 3DS game running on my CRT. Just every once in a while trying to do little fun things like that, but not a lot of time for it, just given that. Yeah, like I said, this was a picture with like my niece and nephew when they came over. I borrowed their fishing equipment. I still don't have my own. They're like around 10 years old, so he's really good at fishing. And then meanwhile, me, like I managed to catch one thing. That was about it. But he's getting like 10 things in an hour. So yeah, definitely fish here. Pretty cool. Just having that in the back. Pretty peaceful at times. I will say there's a dog barking like every couple minutes. You actually, if you're facing me in the video, my ear on the left, there's a dog that comes out here in this 40-minute video loop that I took the other day. And he just comes out to the end of this and just barks on a daily basis, which it's such an upgrade though, like dog barking versus what we had at our old place, which was like 4 ancient vehicles that were exhausting fumes directly into the house. So, no, can't really complain too much. Anyways, so this is clearly pretty rotten though, and the dude did tell me you got to get a fence up here. I still haven't done that, and you have to get this deck replaced, which I did do. We'll get to. My wife, again, her job through all of this is just paint everything, clean everything, paint everything. Also, just keep the daily house running. Like she's in charge of food and all that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, I'm working on all the other stuff. So this is one of her weekend projects. We had a bunch of shelves out in the garage. She has this like paint sprayer thing here, and she's just in charge of spraying all of it, because it all is covered in mold and stuff. So we had to clean it first with the mold, then spray it. That way it like seals everything in. And yeah, these now house like all my tools and stuff like that. So it turned out pretty good, I'd say, actually. They stick kind of hard, but whatever. Can't have it perfect. Yep, just more lake scenery. Did start doing some reading outside. This is Fantastic World, 2-part series by a Japanese author. Kind of one of the rare colored print mangas. You'll see that it actually does have a lot of like, what is it, Adventure Time kind of vibes to it, but it's still completely Japanese, so it's kind of cool. I guess just quick detour on this. This is like my little reading gizmo thing for reading actual physical stuff. It is some equipment that I've had forever. So this is like a laptop stand for like live music equipment, and then I had like an extra gas mount monitor arm that I then hooked up a physical book holder thing that I put a quick mount VESA thing on the back of it, so I can just like put that on it like you would like a computer monitor, I guess, and then you just have my book strapped in. And then I like using it just because when I'm sitting at a chair, I can have it like at eye level instead of like dumb smartphone level, like where my neck is like dying. I already have a bad enough nerd neck as it is. Like anything I can do to help with it is great. So anyways, yep. I got that little tent outside set up so that I could actually enjoy it without being coated by mosquitoes. And it was pretty cozy. It turns out that having this gigantic tent out here was a real pain when stuff would like snow or rain would come onto it. It would make it collapse. And then the wind on top of it when we're getting like 80-mile-an-hour winds, not a good combination. So ended up having to get rid of this. Did not work out, but at least for that little spell on the lake deck, it was kind of cool. And this is what the art looks like in that one. So pretty cool one. A lot of action. There's some text dumps in it too, but that was a fun one. Anyway, so cleaning up all the yard stuff, I did spy on my my dumpster guy because I'm like, there's no way. Like we got one of these like waste bags. I was like, there's no way he's gonna be able to get all of this. You're not supposed to have it overlapping on the side like this. I have like a quick video of it, but you're not supposed to have it flowing over the side. And so after he did this, like I went outside for some reason and he was still there, and he comes up to me and he's like, hey, you know, I really shouldn't have collected all the yard waste that you piled on top of this. Most other drivers probably wouldn't, but I was like, let's see if the crane can actually take it and doesn't spill out all over. And luckily, it actually did all go in. So at this point, I've got Carl, who took away like truckloads of stuff from the deck. I have all the yard waste. I probably could have burned a lot of it, but there was just so much of it, and didn't want to deal with burning stuff. Meanwhile, this is Mrs. K's usual outfit. This is Kirby cosplay, but also what she how she paints stuff. So with the sprayer, it has like a lot of backsplash. She's got all her PPE all good to go there. And this is what the bar room looked like once we actually finished painting it. So now at this point, like, you know, things are starting to look okay. This wall, especially like with the gloss paint, just like looked really, really good with the brick wall there. So really happy with where things had started shaping up. Now, my wife had originally told me, she said, if we move into this house, we're probably going to have to very quickly get rid of the carpet because it probably was moldy and that sort of stuff, and she didn't want to deal with that, and it stinks. And I was like, I do not want to have to get rid of that carpet. I was like, let's just get it cleaned. I don't want to have to do that under any circumstances. So that's kind of the mentality that I'm at this point. Like, please don't make us rip out the carpet. It works fine enough, right? Like, the house doesn't have to be perfect. Meanwhile, I start to be like, okay, I really got to do something about the black mold. It's not black mold. The black mildew growing up all over the side of it. So I get this stuff, which basically how it works is you just spray with the hose, and it launches it against this and has the chemical in it and takes care of it. It worked great. I really should have taken an after picture immediately after that. But when I was doing this and taking all these before pictures for it, something really bad happened at this point. So the day got a little distracted. We'll get to it. But just the observation here is just like a bunch of green stuff that I was trying to get off the side. Also, to deal with the brown recluses, trying to kill off all the bugs around it, we are putting like diatomaceous earth around all that. So there's just like powder all around the outside, which is pretty useful. Just like cuts through all of the, like when ants walk over it, it just shreds their little bodies up. Not a pleasant thing, maybe if you're an ant, but it's better than having like pesticides that they eventually get immune to and then just keep coming into your house, right? So again, trying to kill off all the bugs outside that are trying to get into the house to help protect the inside so that the brown recluses don't have anything that they can feed off of so that they die. Anyways, all this black stuff, I was like, I'm gonna get rid of it. Also, at this point, I start experimenting with chimes and like things to scare away the woodpeckers, because woodpeckers are just coming to this wood like up here and like chomping away at it, trying to get to bugs that are inside of it. So I start getting ready to spray all of this, and I get a phone call from my wife as I'm spraying this to get it all done that apparently we didn't leak test it thoroughly enough. And this is probably the lowest point, like emotionally for me in the journey, because at this point I'm like, okay, I have invested a significant amount, and this guy is done doing the job for me, and I have a giant deck over a roof that I just paid for that leaks. That is not good. So the next month and a half or so is me trying to figure this out. Meanwhile, my wife is downstairs like trying to paint this as it's leaking down into it. Like, she was trying to get this all set up so we could get moving, like, you know, get everything going on it. At this point, I think we had moved in. So we're probably actually in the house at this point. Just trying to get the place more inhabitable. Anyways, new coat of paint, leaks aside, starting to look pretty good though, right? Like, it got painted, we got the lights in, you know, obviously I have to put the lights back in, but fresh paint makes a world of difference. So, but here it is, steady dripping after I give it a new leak test. And so again, I was like, how could this happen when I thought that we had leak tested it pretty thoroughly on the outside? So I just start going around to every spot. And this is what I should have done before we closed it up. This is probably one of my biggest regrets with this place, is not doing this immediately, like when all the roofing was open with this, because it could have been caught and it would have been at least a little bit easier. So basically, I just went through and sprayed with the hose all of I just set it up on my stool, go through it, give a thumbs up or a thumbs down if something started leaking at a certain point. And I just went through and tried testing the whole thing. Ended up being a not too bad scenery. Little moon came out and whatnot. But yeah, still just working on these leaks every day, day after day, trying to figure out where it was that the water was actually managing to get to. And so what I found was when I did it this thoroughly, I started finding new places that it was leaking, that it had not leaked before. So like this bay window at the top of it started leaking. Started finding little sus things like this where it was just like a rotten, which I hadn't even noticed before. This was the new panel that went on, so that went okay, but there's still somehow water getting into the closet on the other side somehow. So like, how is water getting through over here? I sprayed this with water and it's just like getting, this one's pretty bad. It's pretty gruesome. This is what came in from that side where it's like, this is the other side of the wall. I didn't even know was supposed to leak. And now it's just like leaking water immediately. So it's like coming in from above the fireplace here, through where that white metal part is. And because they didn't overlap the siding with the metal here, it's just coming in. Now, technically, Carl was supposed to make sure all of this stuff was leak-proof at around this border. There are places that he wasn't in charge of. This was one of them that he was in charge of. So he got a call from me saying, "Hey, I need you to come back and come fix this stuff." And he actually did come back. We worked through it. But there's a lot to that. We'll get to it. So just tons of water coming in though. And so we started having to take off some deck boards to look at how he did not waterproof it properly. And basically, I had him come out probably 7 times. Like 7 separate times that he tried to fix things, that he told me he fixed it, and then it was still leaking. And so this is over the course of weeks. I start taking off like a day or 2 of work to help do this work with him at this point. His big idea here, well, my big idea, I start doing research on how to actually lock this up. I start having other contractors. At this point, like, I don't think this guy's actually knows how to install a metal roof is where I'm at, because new roofs shouldn't be leaking. Like, I get it. You can have like a mistake here or there, but it's just like there were a lot of issues with this. So I start having other people come out and they start telling me all the things that are wrong with it because they want the job, right? They want a new thing. So I start learning other techniques of how other people would fix things, getting a survey of knowledge. One of the weird ideas that we tried, because we didn't actually know where it was leaking, was we went behind like the bottom baseboards here and we got metal and we tried to do like what a rivet would be, which I think it's called a rivet, which is what you do to like waterproof a roof around a chimney, where you actually cut into the chimney and you put a piece of metal in it and then you beat a caulk across that to make sure that water just doesn't come into it, and then you put like a layer over that. So that's like why a lot of times you'll see like metal framing around, or like metal around a chimney at the base of it. And so we did that around this because he was convinced that the water was probably coming in from the board and batten siding that we had all along this. And then I'm pointing out, oh yeah, this isn't even like a tight fit against this. Like water just comes in through this white part here. Like, look at this. Yeah, obviously water is going to just go right down this. Like, this is not good. We have to put something across this. And so his idea, of course, is, well, let's just caulk everything. Like, that's not the solution. So we ended up putting like a wood board across that, which across this, and then water just rolls around it. It goes on top of the metal, onto the roof, and then off. And that's the actual solution for like this part of it. So at least since we've done that, we have not ever had like where it just looked like the water was falling down the drywall. Haven't had any issues there. So what I'm doing here is, first off, this roof has only been up for a couple months, and you can already see there's all this debris that is built up on top of it that's just constantly getting pushed out from on top of the deck where it's coming from. And then one of the guys that I had came out pointed out to me that there are just screws in here that when you install a metal roof, you have to have this washer underneath it that's supposed to be completely tight to it so that you don't just have a hole in your roof that's going to get, like water dripping down through the hole that you make to secure the roof to the frame, right? Unfortunately, some of these were not done all the way. And this is actually still one of my concerns, that maybe there's one or two that we still missed, right? I don't know. I haven't had any problems after we get through this, but it's one of those things that just kind of nags at the back of my mind. So I tell Carl about this. I say, you gotta screw all this in. You gotta make sure that these are properly seated on there. He's like, I did do that. It's like, no, you didn't. Also, you used an impact driver for it, but you're supposed to use a torque drill for it so that you actually get it to the manufacturer specification. So now probably the holes are all blown out, and now you just have a bunch of holes in the roof in places that you shouldn't. So it's like, at this point, I'm starting to get pretty darn frustrated because it's too late to realize that the family friend that I had do this, it was a mistake to hire them. They helped me get out there really quickly, hit the ground running. They did a lot of good work for me. But the just like insecurity that I now have around this new metal roof is pretty mentally fatiguing, I would say. And this actually is what turned out to be the issue. It wasn't the board, like the siding above it. Like I thought it was the siding when I leak tested it. It turns out if you start at the top and work your way down, if it's leaking at the bottom, you might get some false flags here. So the part that was leaking was the 3 panels at the back that overlapped like this. And there was caulk in between here to keep this tight, but basically water would come down, build up here, then eventually leak through that and then come through. So as soon as I put caulking across this, it was fine. So that ended up being the real solution. Carl's trying to tell me, oh no, you'll never get water against the back wall. It's like, dude, I've seen 80-mile-an-hour winds. I've seen like water launching back against my house. I have to every once in a while clean this thing with mold spray. How about we just make it not leak? Like, let's not try to say like, oh, the back of this can only be water resistant. But I mean, he was getting pretty tired coming out there after like the 7th time. At this point, we probably didn't actually know that. Like, I'm still trying out different things, telling him what to fix. But he has at least 1 or 2 more ideas that come into this, that he's just trying a bunch of stuff that's just not working. And then this is what it kind of looks like on a really rainy day. Again, sometimes it'll just be completely green, like with this carpet on top of it, the duckweed. But it's kind of pretty the same, right? That's some in footage of it actually raining. And so here's just kind of what it was looking like as I'm going through this, trying to get it leak tested. Also, Mother Nature's doing her thing to help leak test it. There's the new wood panel on the side here to like actually keep the water out there. That's actually effective. I didn't realize it at this time, but later on, much later on this year, I would find that this area right here also leaked. So I told him to put like something here as well to keep this leak proof. He didn't. So I ended up just fixing this part myself. I'm like, I'm not having that guy come back out. In the end, we did get this all leak proofed. We ended it on good terms. I'm not having him come back, obviously, though. So ended up just kind of leak proofing this part right here you can't get to it easily. Like the best move again would be to fix this when all the boards are off of it. Take the board off, but you can't take the board off because there's this post on it right here. So ended up just caulking across this and then filling in the bottom part where it had an opening with like wood filler over it. And it's not the best. It's not a best or permanent solution by any means. It'll be a maintenance item that to make sure that this doesn't get water, like that can sink through it and go down to the closet beneath it. But it does do the job now. So I have not had any problems with it since I fixed that, but that's a later on thing this year. Also started playing through Arc the Lad around this time. That was a fun one on I started on my CRT. We'll get to it though. Because eventually I moved that one over to fancy OLED. So just again, finding more places that leak. we don't really have to go through all this, but hey, at some point, also got a snake in the house. So I know somebody was saying, oh, there's snakes outside. I'd leave. Well, actually, this brown snake got inside. I think that's a brown snake. So at this point, I've at least caught a couple mice that have gotten inside of this area. So then I had to go and, figure out how to seal up everything around the fireplace, that sort of thing. I didn't expect to get something like this inside the house, though. So that was a big surprise. More leak, more just me trial and erroring. And then me eventually, again, being like, this door has to get fixed at some point with all of the leaking that's happening right here at this step. So I hired a guy to do, to basically fix up the siding anywhere where it was rotten. He was going to do that for me. And then when he came out, he also did like the shed, as well as that in the spot that it was deteriorating, as well as the window that we have outside. That turned out to be a last second thing that didn't plan on, but ended up was carpenter ant infested, so it had to go. So anyways, this door was one of the most problematic things because the concrete pad was too high. The door itself wasn't sealed up. I tried to seal it at the bottom. It has a post that holds the thing above it that I can't just remove the concrete pad because this door above it here is, like this door is right butted up next to it, and I can't get this concrete pad out unless I support this first. So basically, I have to support this, remove the concrete pad, rip out the door, put in a new door, and then pour a new pier so that this can actually go onto it. So it's a complex thing. So eventually I get a guy to work with me on that, and we'll get to that. That was one of the bigger projects for this year. But we're still in 2023 at this point, me just assessing it. Also started Muramasa around this point. For real this time, actually was playing through it. Trying to seal off, making sure that the squirrels didn't get into some of the metal that they had chewed through, put up more barriers, finding more screws on the deck that, on the metal roof that weren't secured, just being super skeptical of everything now, being like, hey, is that one secure? Hey, is that one secure? Probably a little annoying at this point to the people that I'm working with, but hey, like just trying to get things dry, right? Finding more skulls, probably a possum on this one. Just some more sloppy work from people I'm working with, trying to get things secured. Also, it turns out that like the foam that goes on the back of a metal roof, like this is not going to stand the test of time against squirrels. They're eventually going to eat through this. So I probably need to put like some metal in front of this or something. I don't know what I'm going to do about it, but probably at some point a squirrel can shoot through this. But also I had to caulk just like across all this because the metal starts heating and expanding with the elements. So it's just a lot of maintenance that actually ends up coming with a metal roof that wasn't aware of. Just finding more places where things could leak, playing more Muramasa, running some CRT filters, running it through an OLED. It looks pretty good. Like this isn't the best CRT filter, but I was trying to still do normal things, keep my sanity. When they installed gutter guards for me, they also like readjusted the balance of the gutters, and because we have such a steep valley here, like it just makes like a waterfall at the front here. So that's still kind of like that. I don't know if you can put like something in front of the front of this, like a flashing piece or something, to keep water from like being Niagara Falls right there. But it's but then you get like rubble, like the tree stuff in front of it. So anyways, the shed, I still didn't figure out what it leaked from. Had this like all pulled back, trying to figure out if it's leaking. I think it was just like oils and chemicals that were on it that just always made it look wet. So even though it was like moldy there. So don't know what the deal was. Anyways, so Carl had at this point tried caulking up all of these holes, trying to make sure that anywhere it could come into like water wise, that there wouldn't be any water. But the reality, like I already said, was the back metal piece of the original part of the metal roof that he put in just was missing the caulking that it needed. It needed significantly more caulking. I looked into how to properly install it, and it was just not enough caulking on that element. Plus, we do have all this wood on top of it that might have been putting some pressure on it. It's technically secured to the house, not to the metal roof, but there's still like a couple spots where it looks like it might be putting some pressure on it that might have caused it to shift or something, open up a little bit more. But anyways, this still kind of looks like this actually, where it's unpainted. Still trying to find more screws that are not right. Again, before Carl knew what the actual issue was, he tried, this was his last hurrah. He bought this expensive stuff that's like liquid rubber that he painted across all of it to kind of get it to just like flow the water over it, get the water onto the metal roof, and keep moving on. Unfortunately, this is not the solution. The solution was just put the caulk in where it's actually leaking. So he did all of this, and I have no doubt that no water is going to come in through this at this point for quite a while. But and then just like another note, like this is a yearly maintenance item for me at this point, that I have to pull up these back boards. I have to shove a vacuum cleaner down this shop vac and just clean out all the dirt and debris that goes down here. There were also just things I uncovered like this, just more holes that like you should have caught this before that could actually be causing issues. So we fixed up those and all that. More Muramasa every day, at least 2 hours of Muramasa every day at this point. And then I was still getting about 4 hours of immersion probably around September. And then I did run a cable across to that junction box on the other side, because again, the idea is that there was a furnace in that closet. So that was for heating and cooling. That was the only thing heating and cooling this. So just get one of those Japanese mini split sort things where you have a unit that sits outside, and then you have the one little tiny white box that sits over the top. And you can actually heat and cool an entire space like that without having to have the underground river venting that has plagued me. So that got in there. However, I still needed to dig this down more, and I didn't realize how much more until a little bit later, but I keep digging more and more of this out, trying to get the siding down. And you can see I actually have to dig down pretty deep to actually get through down to where I can just hit the top of the footing. And really the land should be graded, all of this across this, but there's a hill coming towards it, like at a bad angle. So water just runs up to the house. Not a great situation. But eventually, and my wife at this point, like, she doesn't even know all the projects that I was working on at this point. So she's like, why are you even digging that up? And I was like, well, because water's going to come in here if we don't do something like this. So just keep chipping away, shovelful by shovelful. And it didn't help that also there were bushes back here originally, had to rip those out. And then we had all of this rock that they had landscaped it with. But if you ever landscape, guys, just don't landscape above your siding. It's just going to cause you more problems, especially when you got all those rocks, because now I got to dig those out. I had to have a shutoff valve put in here, and it looked like they kind of scorched it there. I don't think we have any leaks here. Oh yeah, there was just some like weird mold growing from back here. This is where the garage had leaked, so I had to fix that. This is just me kind of documenting where the tub was at from whatever leak it had at some point. My what's his face AC guy was like, "Hey, you got your vent in the wrong way." They're like, "Dope." He just rips out a permanent marker and just says, "Put it this way next time." So that's a nice little reminder. Haven't put it in wrong since. Meanwhile, my deck is collapsing, so this is starting to fall in, and we have this deck just going in to the water. These down here are basically falling apart. This over here is like, just kind of like rotting away. And I'm like, I don't know what to do about this. Like, I haven't built a deck before, so I was like, I'm pretty squeamish about this. I don't have the power tools yet. Maybe this is the right thing to do. Start asking people, how much is it going to cost? Of course, the magic answer, $10,000. And eventually, a comment my brother-in-law came over when he was helping with the fences and stuff. was like, it's just a deck. It's just laying out planks of wood. And I was like, it kind of just like stuck out to me. I was like, yeah, that really shouldn't be that hard, should it? So I was like, I definitely got it in my idea that I could probably do something like this myself. However, the part that was intimidating to me was these are all rotten, so I have to rip them out. I don't know structurally what you have to do to build a deck. And we have basically this part here, which is like a post that I need to also dig down into the ground and actually get like concrete poured into it. Don't know how to do any of that stuff. Also, there's electrical stuff around this too. So a lot of things to figure out. And so this is one of the last shots of the mighty deck as it rots. And so what I ended up doing was I told my brother-in-law, I was like, hey, like, can you just come out and help me like rip this apart and pour some concrete piers? And he was like, yeah, sure. So I do all the research for it, figure out how to do it. We basically, somebody else had suggested like, hey, just cut this in half. Like, you don't need that much deck. And they were 100% right. So it was a really good move to just cut off the deck right here at the halfway point. I already have 4 other decks. Don't need one that's like hanging over. It was kind of cool being able to fish off of this into the water, but also now we have like more of like a shore area here. And I have a dock. So it's just like kind of unnecessary. And this is actually probably one of like the best pictures of the scenery, where it's still like we got a rotten deck down here. The sun's coming out though. There's mist coming over the lake. Starting to have a couple like Canadian geese come over and visit. So yeah, that's one of the nice pictures, I think. And then so this was the next thing. Again, shed has to get fixed. Electrical stuff. Got to do something about all the electrical stuff. So I'm just taking pictures of this, trying to figure out how they did it originally. Have another contractor. Carl's out of the picture at this point. Have the other contractor who was able to basically cut off this part of the deck and expose that it's rotten all over this side of it. So we start digging all that out. I start cleaning all this out of all the debris and stuff that's in it. And we had them, basically we wanted to replace the siding. We wanted to keep the bay window, but there was just no way because it was all rotten underneath it with bugs crawling in it and whatnot. Also, this is a good shot of, we did eventually get like gutters put across this as well. And so that just helps out with all of the getting water moved away from the foundation of this. And so at this point, like they put in this new window. We got to paint all of this. They put this frost board at the bottom of it. And hopefully with all of this, we put like caulking underneath it to just keep bugs out. And then same deal with the shed, right? Get the shed in all the places that we had to replace, leave what we could. Still try to do this on a budget wherever we can. Fill in this with wood filler later on, paint it all, you know, that sort of thing. I thought we would get further with this deck and I would be able to like pour a pier with my brother-in-law there. No, it took a really long time to just rip out all of the deck. That was twice this size. He brought over all his power tools and stuff, and I didn't have any at this point. I was like, it definitely inspired me. I was like, I gotta get my own power tools and just start doing this stuff myself. So this deck was basically the turning point, whereas like I stopped reaching out to contractors because it's just like at this point I can probably do the work myself. I can probably figure this out. Nothing is on fire. Nothing has to be immediately addressed to such an extent that I'll probably try to figure out most stuff myself. That's more or less where I'm still at with this. There's still a couple things I'll call on people for, like plumbing or roofing stuff. If I don't think I can just fix it myself, but if I can, I'll just do it. So anyways, we cut that in half. I start building up my own power tools, planning out how I'm going to build this myself. The pile of debris is just amassing. We've got a little shot of me in my PPE. Looks like I'm probably going to go do some paintball or something, but this is basically what my face was wrapped in for the last 3 months. I believe we're probably around October at this point. So we got the deck sealed up. It's really waterproof this time. Like, besides the one minor thing that I had already called out that we fixed, I think I'm finally in the clear there. It's been leak proof despite a lot of water that's been coming down this year for like the whole year. So that's been reassuring. Probably some maintenance things that need to happen to make sure that it keeps working on a continual basis. But yeah, just me and my leaf blower, but my best friend right there, just like cleaning this thing out. Niagara Falls, like I mentioned, rain comes, pours down at the foundation, but at least now gutters are cleaned out. We're moving water away. I'm not having a bunch of water come in. This was at the point where I did realize that what the real idiot that I had come over to install the through the roof, and he put this hideous dong J-hook thing inside of my roof instead of just a normal vent. So it started leaking, and at this point, things are a little bit calmer. I've dealt with enough leaks at this point that I just throw a tarp over it, bungee cord, call it a day there, call up my roofer friend to come out and fix this up for me. And it was at that point I had the conversation with the guy, and he's like telling me that he's going to sue me, and that it's a point of pride with him that he installed it right. And even though it's leaking, like, I installed that right, and if you say I'm not doing it right or you leave a review, I'm going to sue you. This is another thing, a little piece of his workmanship that he did. The screw holes were a little bit the wrong size, and he didn't want to get a washer for it. So he took a part of the microwave, which is supposed to be a flap that protects your actual hook on it, hook or your fan of it, and he just cut it in half and then used that to secure it. I ended up just going and buying the right sized washer and fixing all this. At this point, I just fixed all this stuff myself. I was like, this was also his job inside here. He just put a bunch of like this tape around it to try to seal it up against it. He told me that this was all inside of it, had a soft transition from the fan into the actual J-hook thing. But I took it off here, and what I found was, first off, debris and stuff's getting in here because he ruined the flap that was supposed to be in there. This was just free flowing in there. So nothing to connect this to this pipe piece here. So it's still just pushing air into the attic, which was the whole reason that I paid the guy to do this. And so he also had this weird, like, he said he had to do a square vent around this for this part of it so that it could be up to code. But then he didn't even bother to actually get it up to code because it's just like wasn't secured. And plus it was not installed on the roof to code either. So a lot of issues there. I did manage to fix all of this. I don't know. I didn't even remember that the microwave had gotten so bent out of shape from like pulling it up and taking it off the frame, but that all went back down to normal. Finding debris inside of it, like kind of worried at this point if like the electric part of it is even going to work because it's taking in water into it. And then you see just like the flex pipe going up past around that like center joist thing that was a problem in the beginning anyways. Oh, there's a better picture of it. Anyway, so I just start figuring out, I go buy the vent kit myself. I tell my roofer, who told me originally he wasn't going to do it because he didn't want to do the inside part of it. So like, I'm going to do the inside part of it. You're going to do the outside part of it. You just make sure the roof doesn't leak. I can figure out this. So that's exactly what I did. And that is now fixed. And it works really well. It looks way better than the J-shaped dong that we had hanging off of it. Flesh-colored dong. Anyways, then I found this thing too. It turns out that this whole time, my main furnace had 2 intakes on it, and one of them had this hideous filter. Undoubtedly some like insulation here that's like getting sucked into it. So that was a surprise that we found when we were trying to actually fix it up. Anyways, around this time, World of Horror dropped. I started playing through that one with my wife. 0 out of 10. You can't save in the middle. So if I'm reading through it in Japanese with my wife, who definitely reads at a slower level than me, and I read pretty darn slow myself, we can't get through anything without needing to take a break, and not a good combination. So 0 out of 10. Make save points. There's no reason for games to not have save points these days, especially a VN. It's basically a VN. It's a game, but sure, VN. Anyways, so now I'm also getting kind of worried about like what some other dark spots are inside of the ceiling. What's going on here? Like, was there potential previous leaks here? What is this? Is this more leakage? No, just like sap that was weird color. You can just see there's like some not great things going on. I had actually, when this was originally installed, I'd gone up here and sealed it off myself, and it basically, I was like, there's no way this thing's going to be waterproof in the first place. So I put an additional you know, like ceiling of caulking around it. And but that's not going to help even when he only overlapped it with the shingle this much. So if you don't know anything about putting like boots on things, which is what this like black part is around it, on top of a roof, basically you want it to overlap because that way it just sheds down it. And then you still like water seal all this. But basically, this is my roofer's hand. He took a picture. He's like, this is never going to actually be watertight. So we have to rip it out. We have to replace the shingle. We have to replace, he had this hole in the roof. Also, this is the airflow that I was getting. It was literally kinked. So it's just like, man, that dude goofed it so bad. So anyways, we got it all fixed up. Meanwhile, I'm also building this new deck. I got all my power tools in. Yes, I got them all in a cute yellow so that they all match. Also, DeWalt makes some pretty decent stuff. So this is the real deal. I'm actually becoming handy now at this point. Here's kind of a beautiful shot of, we have these Japanese maples in the front that were already there. Kind of appropriate for my house, I figure. I really like these actually. And in the fall, they start to kind of change colors like this. So it's another like pretty picture of what things look like. Also, I mean, it's kind of interesting to call this out here. The red one has this weird thing here where it was cut at some point and it grew back into itself. So there's just like this donut in the middle of it. Yeah, they're really beautiful. Anyways, trying to figure out how to cut things at an angle. That's what that picture represented. Leaves are just amassing. This is just the constant state, living under this many trees. Every once in a while, you get some visitors like this. Don't usually get massive bucks like this over here, but that was a kind of a cool one. And then, yeah, I mean, this is just kind of what it looks like in the fall. This is pretty close. We're not quite this late into fall yet this year. We still have a little bit more color out there, but pretty soon it'll just start raining this kind of like leaves. Yeah. And then, so during all that, mosquitoes are still out here pretty bad at this point. I'm getting bit up like crazy, but we're redoing the electrical. I'm getting all this like rewired. It cost me, I think, about $500 to get somebody to haul all this away. It was not cheap. That's one of the more expensive things, quite honestly, just getting people to haul away all this stuff. And then while, like, this is getting above my head at this point. So this is probably, I'm like 6'2", so this is probably like 7 or 8 feet tall. At some point, somebody decides to throw a lamppost on it as well. So it just becomes a neighborhood dumping ground, I guess. Didn't appreciate that solely for the reason that it's more expensive to get stuff hauled away than when it's not all wood. So I was like, come on, guys. I don't know who's dumping stuff on here, but please don't. Especially, it's kind of funny. Across, like right behind this is a sign that says no dumping. So on like the neighbor's property. Guess I have to get one myself. Anyways, so that's a shot my wife took of in the act. So all in, this took about probably like 20 hours of research, 80 hours of actually doing the work. And I know it was 80 hours because that's how long I was listening to like some Japanese podcasts and stuff. Or it was whatever I posted on Twitter, which I think it was 80 hours. So basically, I chopped it in half, built out this part over here, then took a circular saw down this. So this first part was all just like miter saw cuts. Circular saw down this side here, put a piece of wood down that, and then that acted as the new center. I wanted to keep the same angle that it was originally done with. So for, first carpentry project, that's pretty good. It turned out pretty darn good, right? So, and honestly, it's funny because like Carl builds decks for a living. I noticed so many issues with his deck now that I actually did my own research and like did stuff. All the boards were spaced out way too far apart. Like everything here was just done like really tight, really stable. And it's extremely sturdy now, just like in the way that it was built. Because I tried to do everything like up to code, like to the best of my ability. If I was gonna actually like dedicate the time and resources to it, to doing it myself. So it turned out great. The electric as well turned out pretty good. Basically, some of my parts got thrown away by a contractor, it turned out, some of my like electrical parts, but luckily, because I only had half as much to do, it ended up working out just fine. There were like 4 outlets to all of this, but I just basically chopped it down to 2 on both sides. Like it's nice having outlets out here, but don't need 4. So this is what it looked like all before it got stained. I basically gave it a year before. So quick cliche SpongeBob transition. It's right about this point where we're getting into 2024. This is like into October. 1 year previously, I had wanted to go to Dry Tortugas, which is basically a national park where you can spend the night on an island. And I was really looking forward to doing that. Go to book it. This is like winter of 2022. I'm like, I want to do this in December because that's when like it'll just be less people there. So I was like, let's try doing that. So I go to book it and to like camp out on an island for a night at a national park. And it turns out you have to book it a year in advance. So I was like, oh, that sucks. Like I'm definitely not going to be able to do that in 2022. So I book it for the next year because I'm like, I'm definitely doing this next year then. And so it's right around this time, after doing all this stuff, after spending all this money on like all these renovations, like, yeah, I still booked that and I still want to go do that. So that day, the day that I finished this deck, I said, all right, today's the day that I need to just start prepping for that too. Like that's the next thing. We got the big projects out of the way to hold us over for the winter. Like, let's just go ahead and figure out how we're going to take a break, right? Take a vacation. So 1 year later, I go to buy the some like snorkeling stuff because like I get like a wetsuit so that we can actually go out in the water in December, try to do some snorkeling, try to do some camping, figure that stuff out. Go to buy some stuff online, say, hey, Mrs. K, where's the credit card at? Like, I need to buy some stuff online. She says, oh, I guess I dropped it. I don't know where it's at. Maybe I dropped it at the school that she's been working at. So I was like, so now it's night at this point. And she's like, well, I'll just go run over to the school and grab it. And that would put my mind at rest that I got it and all that. And I can just go get it in the night. So I'm like, okay, no big deal. I was like, it's really not a big deal. You don't have to like go to school. Like, it's not a big deal. You don't have to do it. Anyway, so she insists that she's going. And, you know, sometimes when you do things out of habit, you end up making like, I don't, there's no nice way to say this, a woman moment where she ended up backing up into the garage. And I don't know. I said this at the beginning. There were only 2 things that worked when we got this house. The dishwasher and the garage door. And this was the state of the garage door. So anyways, I can joke with her and say it's a woman moment, but because I haven't done this myself yet, but I'm sure at some point I'll do something really stupid like this too. But I was not too thrilled about this, that I just got done with a major project. I was trying to like unwind for the night, like go buy some stuff, and we backed into the garage. So, and by we, I mean I was trying to do my own thing. And so I was like, okay, well, I also now have all of this expensive tool equipment, and I have meth addicts who know where I live. So it's just like a bad combination. So I was like, not great. Anyways, that was her Christmas present. So she got a new garage door, and she was very happy with it. It looked very good. Anyways, trying to play some Persona Q. I don't know if I'm going to keep up on this game, quite honestly, but it is nice on the CRT. Let's see. So this is what it looks like in the winter. It does kind of freeze up over time. And then with snow, it looks really pretty. You get some Canadian geese out here on the ice and stuff. There's probably actually a lot back here. You can barely see them, but they're there. Let's see what else. So then we did go down to Key West, and I'll make this short and brief just because it was a nice break for us from all of this. Like at this point, like I've literally been talking about this for 4 hours. So there's just like so much different stuff. And so finally getting away from it for a bit and seeing like some sharks eat stuff was cool. Just going out to Dry Tortugas, beautiful scenery. Ignore that idiot. And then we have just like, I mean, you know, I got my own lake now, so it's nothing to scoff at. But so I guess I didn't really need these fancy sunsets and all that. That's about as close as Mrs. K face reveal as we've seen so far. And we did get to camp out on it. It was a really cool experience. Do highly recommend it. at our campsite, it was just like surrounded by these trees and stuff. And then here in it, like she's trying to limbo. She's so uncoordinated. Bless her heart. She was just, this is basically how we would get into it and out of this little campsite. It was very, very cool. She's cute as always. So then there's one more video that's kind of cool. Anyways, rich people would fly there. We took like whatever the yacht thing was here. It's pretty cool. And then there were just these hermit crabs that were just like literally everywhere at this campsite. And you could just hear them crawling over the leaves. It was a cool experience. So anyways, we'll get back to some house score here pretty quick. So also Cuban food was really good in Key West. But anyways, back to it. If you've been on the Discord, you know that I bought this Razer keyboard. You know that thing like crapped out on me almost immediately. I got a new podcast setup going too, where I started using this Razer Kiyo. So that's what I'm using now. So basically at this point, this is when I started making like the Discord a bit more active. So probably people recognize some of this a bit more. So from here, it's 2024. People are probably gonna actually recognize some things from it. I'll actually go ahead and stop here for a bit. That's a awkward one. That wasn't supposed to still be in here. We'll go ahead and end on that note, and we will come back to this in 2024 after I take a break because it's been 4 hours. And I'll just go ahead and keep streaming this again once I get a chance. So I guess this is going to be a two-parter. So thank you so much for everybody who stuck around so far. I'll be back in a couple of minutes once I take a break.